Hello, and welcome. Today, the game we are checking out is Warhammer 40,000 Legacy of Dorn, Herald of Oblivion. So I've checked out this game a little bit. I did a test run of it. We'll see how it goes. You are Brother Nabor, a Space Marine of the Imperial Fist chapter. Space Marines are the ultimate human fighting machines, genetically modified superhuman warriors, standing over 7 feet tall and absolutely lethal due to decades of combat training. They were created by the immortal Emperor of mankind to first reconquer the galaxy in his name and continue to defend the human race from the predations of all manner of enemies. Heretics, traitors, aliens, daemons, and even their own corrupted brethren. The Imperial Fists are one of the most loyal chapters in the Imperium, second only to the Ultramarines and their adherence to the Codex Astartes, the genetic inheritors of the post-human Primarch Dorn, whose very blood runs in their veins. The Imperial Fists are known for their exceptional skills when it comes to siege warfare. It was they who manned the walls of the Imperial Palace during the defense of Terra at the climax of the Horus Heresy. It was their constitution to the great battle that ultimately helped bring the heresy to an end. And it is they who have defended Holy Terra ever since. Throughout the adventure to come, you will be forced to battle the enemies of mankind in all their myriad forms. When this occurs, you must fight them using the Cogitator's Pugna Simulaire. You will also come across weapons and other useful items that may help you progress. Also, there are the difficult moral decisions that you will be forced to make, which could well have a direct impact on how events play out later. Before you begin, it is recommended that you familiarize yourself with the Pugna Simulaire. This will prepare you for all battle conditions. Alternatively, if you are familiar with your Cogitator, then proceed to choose your difficulty. Yeah, we're not doing the tutorial. The combat is not nearly as complicated as they just made it sound. You'll see. Okay, Veteran Astartes and Initiate. Okay, you are a veteran Space Marine of the highest order. You have been involved in many campaigns and board Herald of Oblivion with abilities and skills befitting your rank and experience. You begin the adventure with 25 wounds, 5 purity points, 10 save states, and you are equipped with a Storm Bolter, Power Fist, and Combat Knife. You also begin with 4 clips of bolter ammunition, with each clip containing 20 bolt shells. This setting is recommended for experienced Astartes who have previously boarded the Herald of Oblivion more than once. We're gonna do this one just cause whatever. We'll make it work. The most important thing out of those stats is the purity points. The purity points, they tend to stack. It's kind of like a momentum thing. If you don't have the purity points to clear certain checks, then it's gonna be problematic. So the more you stack up early, the better, because it tends to steamroll. From what I could tell from my test run. The Hulk is so vast that the mighty Adeptus Astartes strike cruiser is as a buzzing needlefly to a Grox in comparison. Like some errant planetoid, the warp-spawned conglomeration of ancient wrecks and stellar debris blocks out the starfield for tens of kilometers in every direction. It is an ominous presence drifting through the void at the periphery of The Sargon system, a lurking threat with all the menace of a dead-eyed ocean predator. So the concept here, the reason we're gonna come across all various types, all the enemy types from Warhammer 40k in this campaign, the reason is because the Space Hulk, the idea is that it is not just like the ships of the Imperium. It is vessels from all types that have merged into this one Space Hulk mass that is derelict and drifting. So as you work your way through, you experience and encounter the various types of enemies. But alright. Rightly was it named Herald of Oblivion by the tallyman of the Ordo Xenos. Or who knows what savage orc hordes or genestealer broods lie hidden within its labyrinthine depths, waiting for the derelict to come within range of a fecund Imperial star system or potential prize world. The shadowy masters of the Ordo Xenos have known of the Hulk's existence since it was first encountered by a rogue trader fleet within an outlying system in the Segmentum Obscura. But it is only now, not many Earth standard months shy of 200 years later, that the Herald of Oblivion has been vomited back into the material universe at this time and in this place, thanks to the capricious tides of the warp and the fickle schemes of fate. So it was that the Imperial Fist strike cruiser Shield of Dorn, the closest Adeptus Astartes vessel within 6 weeks warp travel of the Sargon system, was dispatched to assess the threat the Space Hulk possessed to the Imperium and act accordingly. Smoke and incense fog the stale air of the chamber as a gaggle of solemnly chanting tech adepts tend to a host of arcane mechanisms under the watchful gaze of Tech Marine brother Clavis. At a nod from the engine seer manning the controls of the ancient teleportarium, our sword in hand, Sergeant Valerius addresses the Space Marines under his command. Squad Scipio, comes the sergeant's voice through your helmet comm. We have been tasked with the cleansing, the derelict of any Xenos presence, and preparation for the insertion of Inquisition search teams. And so now, let us prepare for teleportation. One by one, the Battle Brothers of Squad Scipio mount the dais and take their positions within the teleportarium. The first to join Sergeant Valerius is brother Barathon, carrying the heavy flamer gripped in his hands as casually at it as if it were nothing more than a las pistol. He is also the bearer of a number of sanctified plasma bombs. After all, none of you really know what you might run into aboard the derelict. Barathon is followed by brother Kael. The lightning claws he has the honor of taking into battle are treasured relics of your chapter. They crackle with the barely contained esoteric energies as he flexes the long blade fingers of the venerated artifacts. Next to take his place is brother Ordyss. He is a temporary addition to the squad, and since he is an apothecary, does not wear Terminator armor like the rest of you. Instead, he bears the sacred tools of the apothecarian, all contained within his Narthasium, as well as a chainsword and a bolt pistol. As the most recently inducted member of Squad Scipio, you are the last to mount the teleportarium dais. Sergeant Valerius turns to the Tech Marine marshalling the servitors, and Tech Adepts monitoring the enigmatic machine's many controls. Squad Scipio ready to teleport, he says, his commanding tones emanating from the external voxcasters in his Terminator armor confirmed. Brother Clavis replies, his voice exhibiting emotionless machine-like cadences, while the great servo arm attached to his back twitches nervously at some unvoiced order that only the tech adepts pick up on. Brother Clavis's minions carry out a sequence of well-rehearsed maneuvers at the archaic controls before them. A deep humming sound fills the air, vibrating the teleportation plate on which you are standing. The vibration travels up through your osmodula-hardened leg bones, settling in the pit of your stomach. At the same time, tendrils of crackling energy crawl over the emitter array above your head. Brother Sergeant, the resonating voice carries across the teleportarium chamber over the rising hum of the emitter. Room for one more. Epistolary Radamus, Valerius says, acknowledging the new arrival with a deferential bow of his head. You honor us with your presence. The librarian is an imposing sight indeed, standing out even amongst a party of Terminators of the chapter's first company. Wear your tactical dreadnought armor, and that of your brethren is the sunfire yellow of molten gold. The primary color of the librarian's armor is the deep-hued crystalline blue of lapis lazuli. He does not wear a helmet. Instead, his head, with its patrician features, close-cropped, white beard, and dual service studs, denoting more than 2 centuries of devoted service to the Imperium, is framed by the ceramite and crystalline lattice structure of a psychic hood. This arcane device helps to focus the librarian's formidable powers whilst at the same time protecting its wearer from the attacks of enemy psychers. On his left arm, Radamus bears a storm shield that in turn bears the clenched fist symbol of your chapter. In his right hand, he carries a mighty hammer. The Epistolary can channel his devastating psyker powers through this weapon, redoubling its already deadly ability to injure the enemies of the Imperium. What troubles you, Epistolary? Valerius asks, unsettled by the librarian's abrupt appearance. You sense a perturbation in the warp? All right, we got there. A shadow moves upon the face of the Sea of Souls, something insinuating itself into my subconscious. Whispers from the warp, the voices of ghosts and daemons, utterances of prophecy and blasphemy both. A prophecy, Valerius almost gasps, about our undertaking. Indeed, Brother Sergeant, something sinister is at work here. What do you mean, Brother Librarian? Apothecary Ordyss asks, intrigued rather than anxious. I cannot tell you any more than that, the Epistolary says, his eyes backlit by an eerie luminescence. Only that fate has plans for you. You suddenly feel the librarian's gaze alight upon you. Kael flexes his lightning claws, the simple action heavy with menace. If it is something I can kill, just show me the way, brother. Radamus takes a step towards the teleportarium platform. I wish to accompany you to the derelict. In Dorn's name, you would be most welcome, Sergeant Valerius says, bowing his head once more. Let us hope so, the Epistolary says darkly, as Brother Librarian Radamus joins your party on the beaming plate. Sergeant Valerius raises his power sword in a time-honored martial salute. Primarch Progenitor, he declares, his words echoing from the metal walls of the sanctified chamber. To your glory. You and your battle brothers answer as one with the traditional response and the glory of him on earth. Commencing teleportation sequence in the name of the Omnissiah, Brother Clavis intones. The rising hum of the arcane device filling the chamber grows in intensity, as does the monotonous chanting of the tech adepts. You feel a strange tingling deep within your bones as the inscrutable machine begins to disassemble your body, your armor, and your implants one at a time, piece by piece, molecule by molecule, atom by atom. A juddering crash suddenly shakes the teleportarium to its very foundations, and several laminators wink out. The chanting of the tech adepts is replaced by panicked binaric chatter, and followed by a subsonic boom. The teleportarium activates. You brace yourself as the ancient mechanism prepares to hurl you from one discrete physical point in space to another via a precise focused Geller field. One by one, in quick succession, your battle brothers blink out of existence in a beam of searing white light. Taking a deep breath of recycled air, you close your eyes and wait for the teleport to transport you to the Hulk. There is a second juddering crash, and you are forced to take a stumbling step to stop yourself falling. Even in your massive heavy suit of Terminator armor, you open your eyes. You are still aboard the Shield of Dorn. The whine of the Gellerfield generators rises and falls as bursts of eldritch energy crackle across the array above you. What's going on? You start to say before Brother Clavis silences you with an upraised hand. Brother Nabor, remain where you are. The Tech Marine's voice comes to you through your helmet comm. Yet another crash rocks the teleportarium chamber, dislodging centuries of dust from the curved metal ribs of the craft's hull, forming obscuring clouds all around you. Something is clearly wrong, but what? Get clear of the ancient teleportation device as quickly as possible, or stay as Brother Clavis commanded. No, we're staying. Obeying Brother Clavis's command, you wait as unfathomable forces ripple and distort the air around you. Gradually, the epileptic bursts of energy fade from brilliant white to a much calmer blue. Geller field stabilizing, announces a sweating tech adept from his place at a control lectern. Finally, the collapsing energy field dissipates altogether, leaving behind nothing but the stink of ozone in the air, and an uneasy feeling in the pit of your stomach. Unease, yes, but not fear. For the Adeptus Astartes are untroubled by such pathetic emotions. Gellerfield stabilized, confirms the Tech Adept. By the grace of the Omnissiah, the Tech Marine says. Brother Clavis, what happened? You begin, only to be interrupted by yet another juddering crash. Shipmaster, the Tech Marine says, speaking to the dust-filled air. Status report. The Shield of Dorn is under attack, comes Shipmaster Traba's stressed response over the comm. They came out of nowhere. Who did? Clavis demands. Pirates, Xeno scum. The shipmaster's voice echoes around the vaulted metal chamber. Eldar, and the most black-hearted of their inimical kind. I see, Dark Eldar. A host of other voices come crackling over the comm, sounding like they are echoing to you across space and time. They are the voices of your battle brothers, carrying to you from wherever it is they have been transported to board the drifting Space Hulk. Then suddenly all the comm signal from the Hulk cuts out. All available battle brothers, a voice booms through the ship's internal Vox system. Prepare to repel boarders. Not you, Brother Nabor, the Tech Marine intones, as the teleportarium is bathed in the rippling glow of tamed lightning once again. Power has been restored and the device is ready to fire. There is barely time to give utterance to your chapter's motto before, with a burst of actinic light and a roar like the death cry of stars. The teleport tears a tunnel through space-time and hurls you through it. Wheels of Fate, let's see. Destiny decided. The sensation of being turned inside out is replaced by an unsettling sensation of dislocation. As the furious light fades, you are left in near total darkness, as your own heightened senses and the auto senses of your armored helm take a moment to adjust to the lower light levels. All around you is smoke and darkness. Your auto senses take over, revealing your new location is in a lurid spectrum of contrasting heat signatures. And that's when you see them. Coming towards you through the smoke and gloom are a number of unnatural monsters, Xenospawn. They are multi-limbed monstrosities, each one as large as a space marine. Thanks to years of battling the enemies of mankind, you recognize them immediately. They are Genestealers. Despite being foul inhuman monsters, you know from bitter personal experience that the creatures are possessed of a malign cunning. Incredible strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and claws so sharp they can tear through Terminator armor. But something isn't right. Pure-strain Genestealers possess all manner of unknowable senses, but judging by the way they are creeping through the grilled metal corridor, you now find yourself in... They are as yet unaware of your presence. And then you realize why. You have teleported on board what would appear to be a rogue trader vessel. Judging by the motifs on display upon the metal ribs of its hull, the ancient reactors that once powered this ship through the warp have come to the end of their life. After who knows how many centuries, the gases and heat they are pumping out as they fail is hiding you from the approaching aliens. However, it can't be much longer before one of them detects your presence, but for the moment you have the advantage. Okay. I will enter into ranged combat with the Genestealers. I will charge the Genestealers and engage them in close combat. Bursting from your hiding place like some wrathful golden angel of death, your battle cry for Dorn, booming from your suit's voxcasters, you charge towards the Genestealers, ready to bring the Emperor's retribution dawn upon the brood as if you were the Emperor's strong right hand yourself. Even as the first of them turns to meet your charge, you grab its bony neck in your power fist and crush the life from it. Dropping its twitching body onto the floor, you engage the rest in hand-to-hand combat. You are facing off against 3 Genestealers. You enter close combat with them immediately. Okay. Even though I said I did do this before a test run, it actually was a while ago. It was not recent. So I'm gonna have to reacclimate. If I remember right, let's see, we have 3 actions. 44% is not great. Let's do this. Let's focus. attack. And then we'll just try and attack again. Focus. That's one more down. Hit, but oh man, I should have just done the other way. I thought for sure we were gonna finish it off. The fight is over. Victory. 22 health remaining. Now there is a save system in this, but it is incredibly limited. The save system is extremely limited. And I've never got it to work as well. That is important. When I did the test run, I tried to save and it didn't work. So we will see. We will see if it works this time. The Genestealers are dead. Their alien viscera and the stinking ichor that passes for blood among their kind plasters the walls, floor, and ceiling of the chamber. The space is little more than a widening of corridor, and judging by its construction, it is highly likely that it was once part of some Imperial vessel or other. Accessing the Auspex built into your tactical dreadnought armor, you take a moment to sweep the local area, making sure that a host of aliens isn't about to descend upon you, or on you from the ventilator ducts above your head, or burst from the maintenance channels under the floor. When the Auspex reads clean, you consider your next move. The rest of Squad Scipio is somewhere on board the derelict, but at present, you have no idea where. Something is blocking your Auspex signal from reading anything more than 30 meters away. This could be down to something as innocuous as radiation shielding, or alternatively, something altogether more sinister, such as a Xenos-created dampening field. Aside from your fellow Imperial Fists, there are also Genestealers on board. While the Broodmind is still active, the Xenos still pose a serious threat. But if you were able to eliminate their Broodlord, you could neutralize that threat. So which is it to be? I will hunt down the Genestealers' Broodlord. Surmising that the Genestealers you encountered were heading away from their brood nest, having been sent out following the Broodmind's sensing of your arrival aboard the Hulk, you retrace their clawed steps along the twisted metal corridors of the ancient wreck. Your journey takes you deeper and deeper into the ship, which is clearly of Imperial design. Your mind starts to wander, and you wonder what fate befell the crew of the vessel. Whether they were long dead before the Genestealers colonized their craft, or whether the alien infestation was the result of an insidious takeover. You do not encounter any other Genestealers as you progress deeper into the ship, with nothing showing up on Auspex to alert you to the skulking presence of more of the alien infiltrators either. You come at last to a sealed circular bulkhead door. As you approach, the hatch remains stubbornly closed. The machine spirit that operates it is doubtless dormant. After so many years lost in the warp, it might even have departed to be with the Omnissiah long ago. It leaves you with two options. If you are going to pass beyond the bulkhead, you are either going to have to try to rouse the slumbering machine spirit or force your way through. Well, let's try and wake it up. Accessing the door mechanism terminal, you connect your own suit's machine spirit to that of the bulkhead door, offering a prayer to the machine god as the cogitators greet each other. In the stillness of the empty passageway, you can just make out the binaric chatter of your suit's cogitator systems attempting to commune with the bulkhead door's machine spirit. Then suddenly there is the static wash chirrup of a response, and with the creaking of ancient hydraulics and a pneumatic hiss as air pressures equalize, the hatchway arises open. You check your auspex, but there is still nothing. Boldly stepping through the portal, you make your way along the passageway beyond. Your footsteps echo eerily from the metal grill floor, and you see signs of something, or more likely several somethings, having broken through the door, broken through the floor, walls, and ceiling at several junctures. But whatever it was, it clearly isn't here now. You reach another hatchway, but this one activates automatically as you come within sight of its electronic eye. But what awaits you beyond causes you to catch your breath. Contained within what appears to be an ancient cargo hold are the curled, sleeping bodies of dozens of Genestealers. Or at least they were sleeping until your arrival opened the bulkhead door. A sinister sussipus fills the vaulted chamber as the Genestealers begin to stir. You're going to have to act fast if you are to deal with the very real threat the Xenos pose. Start firing with my Stormbolter on full auto, seal the door, or flee. No, we're firing. With a shout of for Dorn and for the Emperor, you open fire with your Stormbolter. The mass reactive shells explode on contact with the awakening Genestealers' exploding flesh. Bone and chitin on contact. 20 bolter rounds are deducted from your ammo count. The foul alien spawn die screaming, but that doesn't stop the survivors of your assault from suddenly coming to full wakefulness. And coming for you in a whirlwind of lashing claws and tearing talons. A single bolter round punctures a container in the far side of the cargo hold, and the Genestealers discover a new way to die. Whatever it was the barrel contains, it is highly reactive. As the bolter round explodes within it, the chemical contents ignite, becoming a fireball that then sets off a chain reaction in the rest of the barrels packed into the hold. You give a hasty prayer of thanks to the Emperor for the rogue traitor whose cargo it is that has helped you purge the Xenos nest. But as the Genestealers die amidst the flames with a terrible guttural roar, something leaps from the fires now consuming the hold and comes at you. It is armed with a pair of deadly claws. Its chest is protected by thick plates of purple-black, chitinous armor, and its body a mass of lethal knotted muscles. The obsidian glimmer in its eyes speaks of a malign alien intelligence, while a bright pink tongue, like a writhing worm, darts from between its jaws, tasting the air, shaking off the last splatters of burning accelerant. The Broodlord attacks. You are facing off against the Broodlord in close combat. It gets to attack first. Defend yourself. Okay. 3d6 is not good odds. So we'll just keep stacking. He's doing more than no damage to us, but it's not like we're stuck with his health the whole campaign. We'll be able to heal at some point. The fight is over. Victory. Writhing worm. Oh yeah, we read that. You have defeated the Broodlord and eradicated its nest. Even if there are any survivors, they will be forced into instinctive hibernation, and the threat they pose to any Imperial world dramatically reduced. You gain 2 purity. Picking through the gunk and resinous secretions, you find 3 clips of Stormbolter ammunition, each containing 20 rounds, along with an ancient relic blade. Do you take the ancient relic blade? Yes. Yes, we take the relic blade. With the threat posed by the Genestealers gone, you set out to find out what happened to Sergeant Valerius and the rest of Squad Scipio. Return to the teleportation location. Now, before we choose who we're gonna go after, I'm pretty sure, from the little bit that I did test out, it seems to me that the gimmick is that they're all dead, and that their weapons that they talked about at the beginning, like, oh, this guy's got the lightning claws, this guy's got the heavy flamer, those are our option selects for weapons. We are meant to find them and claim those weapons so we can use them, not so they can help us out. But alright. Returning to the place where you arrived after being teleported aboard the conglomeration of warp-lost vessels and asteroids that form the Herald of Oblivion. You scan again for your battle brothers' life signs. The Auspex comes back negative. Either they didn't teleport to the same location as you, or they have since set off on their mission, believing you to have been lost when the teleportarium malfunctioned. Assessing your helm comm, you try to contact the Shield of Dorn, but all you hear in return is the hiss of static and the sound of distant explosions before it cuts out altogether. Something's blocking the signal. For the time being at last, you're on your own. Oh no, and for the time being at least, you're on your own. It seems likely that there is something about the construction of the vessel you're currently in that is preventing your Auspex from completing long-range scans. Perhaps a leaking fusion reactor or a radioactive mineral deposit in an asteroid bound to the craft somewhere nearby. You are able, however, to accomplish a 3-dimensional scan of the internals of the rogue trader vessel you are currently in, which in turns enables you to locate a way out. Half an hour later, you emerge from the rogue trader vessel through what was once an airlock into an echoing pitch-black space, activating your suit's searchlight. Its beam pierces the gloom to reveal that you are standing inside what appears to be a vast rocky cavern. Suddenly, a designated marker tag flashes into being on the HUD, accompanied by a chimming alert. It only takes the Auspex machine spirit a moment to flag it as being that of Apothecary Ordyss. Your Auspex currently isn't picking up any life signs for any other members of Squad Scipio, but they might just be out of range. You try your helm comm and hear nothing but static. According to your Auspex, Brother Ordyss cannot be more than 100 meters away from your current position. but you don't know what obstacles you might have to cross to reach him. You could, of course, attempt to boost the gain on your Auspex in order to carry out a more thorough survey of the area. Carry out a more comprehensive scan, sure. The Auspex bleeps and burbles as it scans the cavern and whatever lies in the darkness beyond the range of your searchlight. Slowly, the Auspex builds up a more detailed three-dimensional map of the cavern. The scan even indicates what the other vessels that form the structure of the Herald of Oblivion might be. As you would expect, there are a number of Imperial vessels, everything from bulk transporters to a Retribution-class battleship. But there are also vessels grown of a alien wraithbone, other semi-organic craft, and one that might even be Nikasar Dahau, whatever that is. It would also appear that the way through to Brother Ordyss's location is relatively straightforward. However, you note that although his life sign is still registering, he hasn't moved since your Auspex first located him, and there's still no sign of your other battle brothers. Yeah, the one guy with no Terminator armor at all, no way he's making it. The route you take to find the apothecary leads you across the cavernous heart of the trapped asteroid to a point where the blunt nose of another vessel has burst through the silicate rock wall. The impact must have occurred hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, and resulted in the whole of the craft being breached as well. Entering this vessel, you home in on the signal from your Auspex, following the HUD display to the marker tag, and it is then, as your illuminator beam falls on the solid adamantium bulkhead ahead of you, that you see Brother Ordyss for the first time. Even as you stare in horror at the unyielding adamantium wall, the apothecary's life sign marker on your HUD winks out. You are too late. Brother Ordyss is dead. But then, that is hardly surprising considering how he was clearly teleported into the very fabric of the bulkhead itself. No doubt, his internal organs became fused with the ship, and thereafter death was inevitable. The bone white of the apothecary's armor is in stark contrast to the near black bulkhead. The crimson prime helix of Ordyss's heraldry stands out as bright as freshly spilled blood upon an arm pauldron that protrudes from the bulkhead. As does Brother Ordyss's helm and one leg. It's as if he became trapped whilst attempting to run through the wall. Taking the apothecary's helmet in your hands, you carefully remove it, lifeless. Ordyss's head tips forward, his chin dropping onto the neck ring of his suit. You look again at the arm thrust clear of the adamantium and the archaic instrument attached to it. It is Ordyss's Narthecium, his battlefield medikit. The Narthecium is no longer of any use to the apothecary, so you release it from its maglocks and then secure it to your own armor. A quick inspection reveals that Ordyss had just replenished his supplies before joining the boarding party. There are unguents and medicamentum equivalent to 5 medikits worth. Each time you use a medikit, you restore your wounds score to its starting total. You might be too late to save Brother Ordyss, but you might yet be able to preserve his gene seed, so that his genetic essence might live on in another battle brother one day. If only you can work out how to operate the Reductor Progenoid reclamation device correctly. Flipping open the cover of the mechanism's control panel, you find yourself faced with an array of blinking runes. With a hasty prayer to the Emperor, you tap away at the keys, hoping to stumble upon the correct combination to activate the Reductor. And see what I mean? It's just a momentum thing. We already have the purity, so the purity keeps going up. Entering the code, you successfully activate the Reductor. Without a moment's hesitation, you plunge its whirling drill bit into Ordyss's neck. Feeling the clamp teeth bite down, I looked away for a second. I lost where I was. Feeling the clamp teeth bite down on the tough organ, you pull it free. Fortunately, you are also able to remove the second progenoid located within the apothecary's chest. You gain 2 purity. Secure both glands in one of the sanctified stasis chambers inside the Nartheseum. There is nothing more you can do for Brother Ordyss, and so are forced to leave his body locked within the very fabric of the bulkhead. However, you're able to retrieve 3 clips of bolter rounds that are in the apothecary's possession. Each clip has 20 shots. However, as you progress further through the bulkhead cargo hauler, following the only viable path open to you, your helm auspex begins to beep and chirrup with activity. Overlaying the information it is picking up on your helmet's HUD, a wireframe 3D scan of the Hulk appears first. On top of this, then, appear the target markers indicating your battle brother's life signs. A feeling of relief washes through you as you see that the rest of the boarding party are all still alive, although they appear to have somehow been scattered throughout the Hulk, all except for one. Your auspex has failed to pick up Sergeant Valerius' signal. Based on the primary scan download into your auspex whilst you were still on board the Shield of Dorn, and from the information your auspex has picked up since, including the locator signals relayed from your battle brother suits, you know which direction you need to travel in to track each of them down. However, you have no idea what sort of environment you will find there, or what secrets those areas of the Herald of Oblivion are hiding. Which of the fellow Imperial Fists do you want to track down? Okay, how do we... Let's save before we do anything else. Your position has been saved. To reload this position, just tap the data file button in the upper right. Options, inventory. Let's look at inventory. So the idea is we're not going to... yeah, this is how we heal. The idea is we're not going to heal until we're almost dead, to save as much of the healing as possible. Now I think I checked 2 out of 3 of these, and I completed one, and the other one I died on. And I don't remember which is which. It's been a while. I don't actually remember which is which. One is Orks. One is Orks and one is Necrons, and I died on the Necron one. Hunt down Epistolary Radamus. Maybe Brother Kael is the Necron one. Wait, Kael, he was whoever the Heavy Flamer guy is. I think the Heavy Flamer guy was the Necrons, and I think Kael, he's Lightning Claws. And I don't remember which one of these was the Heavy Flamer guy. All right, let's go Kael. Following Brother Kael's signal, you penetrate far into the derelict. You traverse broken, twisted corridors of sheet metal and pass through fissures forming within accumulated space rocks. Sometimes your way is lit by still flickering glow globes, but most of the time you find yourself cloaked in shadows and darkness, forcing you to rely on your own enhanced senses, the auto senses of your Terminator armor, and your searchlight to help you navigate a path through the vast hulk. Slowly, the nondescript corridors, walkways, and rifts give way to some rust-red walls, corridors wide enough to drive a Rhino APC through, and familiar blocky metallic structures. The repeated bas-relief images of cybernetic skulls removes any doubt in your mind as to where you are now, if there had ever been any. You have entered the wreck of a warp-lost vessel of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Acres of grilled decking spreads out before you into a ruddy gloom permeated by the occasional flickering lumen strip of glow globe. The disturbed dust of ages drifting in their ambient auras. Based on the signal your Auspex is receiving from Brother Kael's battlesuit, he is somewhere within the ancient Ark. But as you progress further into the Mechanicus ship, it soon becomes clear that something is wrong. Other than the fact that the Ark is now part of a drifting space hulk. There are things growing on the mounds of sludge dripping from various effluent discharges in the walls. The growths look like large fungi, their pointed caps the color of stained copper. Memories implanted inside your head during one of the phases of your initiation into the Imperial Fist chapter means that you recognize the toadstools for what they are. The fungi are orcoid in origin, part of the savage alien race's reproductive cycle. If allowed to grow to maturity, in time they will produce more of the savage greenskins or one of the lesser orcoid species. But that will still be troublesome to the Imperium. The only way to eradicate them effectively is to burn them. So the idea is, if you had gone to that Necron one first and got the heavy flamer, you could burn these. Okay, Barathon's the guy. A heavy flamer would have come in useful, brother. Barathon was carrying one when you teleported. Not that that information is of any use to you right now. I have nothing to burn the fungi enough to eradicate them entirely. You make good progress into the Ark, heading in a southerly direction, keeping one eye on your Auspex and Brother Kael's signal at all times. Eventually, you reach a solid wall of reinforced adamantium. At the same time, you lose Kael's signal. You wonder if he is still alive or whether something about the makeup of this part of the vessel is blocking your signal. Either way, you had been heading directly towards the beacon of Brother Kael's signal, but the structure of the ship is now forcing you to take a turning to the east or another to the west. Which is it to be? Whatever, we'll go west. You continue to advance further into the Mechanicus Ark, aware that with every minute that passes, you are moving further away from Brother Kael's last recorded position. You pass through one great vaulted gallery after another, until at last you run into the Orks who have taken over this vessel. At first, it is a tremor in the deck plates at your feet. Then it is a distant roar, like a battle barge laser lance, a battery charging ready to fire. And then finally, the acrid stink of hydrocarbon waste gases assails your heightened olfactory senses. Reaching a grilled hatch over you, Reaching a grilled hatch cover, you peer through it at the chaos and commotion consuming the colossal cathedral-like hangar below. The air is thick with fumes and the roar of primitive combustion engines. As far as you can tell, going by the crude glyphs, daubed onto the vehicles, and some of the orcs themselves. Two rival mobs of greenskins are tearing around the ruined vault in the customized trucks and the war bikes that they must have constructed from whatever bits and pieces they could plunder from the Mechanicus vessel. The orcs have created a crude arena in which to race their noxious machines, and you can see a stack of promethium barrels collected together to form a fuel dump at its center. Such profane desecration of this ancient Omnissiah's blessed vessel makes your very blood seethe with barely contained rage. You cannot simply stand by and watch as the Xenos continue to desecrate the Ark with their sheer presence. They must be eradicated. Those were your orders, and it will be your pleasure, not just your duty, to fulfill them. Tearing the grill from the bolts holding it in place, you use the projecting cyber skull and cog gargoyles adorning the walls of the vaulted chamber to descend to the floor of the desecrated Malefactorum Cathedral without being spotted by the orcs, who are far too busy driving their customized vehicles around their track at dangerously high speeds. But how will you go about eliminating the greenskin menace? Yeah, I think I went the other direction when I did this the first time, because I do not remember this. I do not think this is what I encountered. Issue the greenskins a formal challenge. No. Try taking out the fuel dump to get their attention. Or target one of the mobs. I mean, I'm kind of hoping this will do more than just take out the fuel dump. If I take out the... I'm hoping this will, like, blow up and have a chain reaction like the Genestealer thing. The crosshairs reticule of your HUD locking onto the fuel dump and bringing it into super close magnification, you take aim. Use my Stormbolter. With a cataclysmic boom, the Promethium tanks detonate, disintegrating as they are consumed by the expanding ball of greasy orange flame that is now raising from the center of the orcs' ramshackle racetrack. Watch them burn. The shockwave from the blast hurls debris vehicles and orcs in all directions. You have their attention now. Yeah, and that, like, the thing where we faced off against the Genestealers at the beginning, that's not mandatory. Like, that actually is, like, it determines a different, like, what kind of encounter you're about to experience. So, like, the Genestealer thing we did at the beginning was not mandatory. That does not happen every time. So let's see what we rolled this time. You direct your weapon at the more heavily customized trucks and orcish tanks. Use my Stormbolter. As a tracked vehicle disintegrates in the face of your wrathful onslaught, the orcs of the other squad turn their red-painted warbikes and buggies to join in the attack, using your intervention to their own advantage. As you continue to rake the orc vehicles with weapons fire, a rust-colored buggy collides with a blue-daubed truck. It is not long before that one collision has become a massive pileup. The rest of the reckless orcs, unable to stop the other vehicles in time. Bikes, trucks, and buggies are all consumed in a rapidly expanding ball of greasy orange flame and choking black smoke as weapons, magazines, and petrochemical fuel tanks combust in one almighty explosion. with a throaty engine roar, like the guttural bellow of an enraged squigoth. A huge steel and ceramite gun beast emerges from amidst the roiling flames. It is bedecked with several large bore cannons, while a mob of whopping greenskins hang from its running bars. Some of the smaller specimens are even straddling the sponson gun positions. Its black metal prow is scratched, scorched, and dented by a myriad bullet holes, rocket impacts, and damage from head-on collisions with other orcish machines, and it is heading straight for you on clanking treads. Its driver clearly intent on grinding you to a pulp beneath its four-axle mounted death roller. Against such a powerful machine, will you stand your ground and rain weapons fire down upon the clanking war beast with everything you have, or will you run for cover? I don't know, man. I think if we face that thing down, we might die. I don't think a single Terminator can take off and can take on a squigoth, right? That seems like we're gonna get mowed down, like we're gonna get ran over. Turn and run before the clanking battle wagons charge. Turning your back on your nemesis is hardly an act befitting a space marine of the first company of the Imperial Fist chapter. Your action is futile anyway, as mere moments later, the mobile fortress smashes into you, and your heavily armored body is dragged beneath its powerful wheels. I am still alive. You are lying on your back in the desert, your battle with the core clansmen over. You have won, but are dying nonetheless. You can feel it. And then, there above you, in the bleached white sky, you see a golden angel descending on wings of fire towards the honor arena. Only they aren't wings of fire, and the radiant being isn't an angel. You see it now for what it really is, an Imperial Fist Space Marine coming to ground, its jetpack slowly slowing its descent. Only it isn't the roar of the Battle Brothers jetpack you can hear. It's the shrill whine of a circular saw. And then a sympathetic vibration starts up in your armored suit and your body. Both within it begins to shudder in sympathy. Opening your eyes, the patches of gray supernovae resolving into shapes before you, you sit up in response to this simple action. You hear what sounds like guttural bark of surprise. You are in a dimly lit chamber that feels almost claustrophobic after the last chamber you were in. Standing in front of you, the running power saw still clutched in one meaty paw, is a large orc with what looks like a pack of heavy tools strapped to its back. It grunts as it regards you with one beady eye and one eye that is an oversized red-lensed augmetic. Behind the greenskin, you see several smaller specimens run for the cover of the shadows and the corners of the chamber. So the reason I ran from that thing was because there was a very similar situation in the Necron zone, where it's like this giant thing that like doesn't seem like you can fight it. And guess what? I tried to fight it, and it like instantly vaporizes you, and that's it. Game over. It's just game over. Start over the whole game, right? So that is why I chose to run from that thing. But I guess I don't know what would have happened if we would have attacked it, but I mean, we might have just died. You know, it might have just been game over. Might have been game over or a significant penalty like we got. It would appear that the orc engineer was attempting to cut you out of your Terminator armor when you came around just in time. With another grunt, the mechaniac drops the cutting tool, picks up a power drill, and comes at you. Okay, got a hit. We got it. Maybe it's Mechaniac? Maybe that's how it's meant to be pronounced. The Mechaniac falls to the ground dead. Its Gretchen crew running from the rune jabbering in fear. The chamber is full of all manner of metal detritus. Everything from salvaged toothed gears to what appears to be the cores of cogitator relays. In front of you stands the open archway through which the Gretchen fled. There are no other obvious ways in or out of this room. Let's take a moment. To begin with, every piece of junk you uncover in the Mech Boy's workshop is just that, junk. That is until you find the Stormbolter, an ancient relic of your chapter. The finely etched decoration on the weapon is wondrous to behold. The work of a master artificer, and praise the Emperor, as far as you can tell, it is still in working order. But your heart sinks when you read the name inscribed upon the bolter's barrel, Kael. For Brother Kael to have become separated from his holy Stormbolter, and for it to end up here, his situation must be dire indeed. It is your duty to recover this ancient relic, and you sincerely hope that you will be able to return it to Brother Kael himself before too long. It is time you were about your original mission again. I need to find Brother Kael. Outside the Mechaniac's workshop. Outside the Mechaniac's workshop come loot? Ash? You find yourself in a passageway that is all exposed cabling and air circulation systems. This in turn leads you into another, more brightly lit chamber. But the sight that greets your eyes has you cursing the Xenos to an eternal torrent in the warp. Lying on a slab of cold steel is Brother Kael's corpse, stripped of his armor. It is quite clear that he is dead. The Orc surgeon standing over him having already amputated all of his limbs. The Pain Boy is now in the process of removing Kael's black carapace from the flesh of his torso. Uncontrollable rage, as hot as the agony of the pain glove, consumes you, focusing your anger and pain into a potent war cry. You launch yourself at the Orc. Master-crafted Stormbolter. Is this the one we got? Maybe it is. That's not good. Well, we did it. The Pain Boy dead, you turn your attention to the violated cadaver of your battle brother. No Imperial fish should be forced to endure such an ignoble end as this. Brother Kael's armor lies abandoned in one corner of the room, discarded like so much trash, along with one of his mighty lightning claws. You have no idea where the second one is. The close combat weapon is a truly magnificent armament. Each of its long finger blades painstakingly etched with scenes of the Imperial Fist defense of the palace of the Emperor on Terra. Do you pick up Brother Kael's lightning claws? Oh, I see. It replaces the Power Fist. Absolutely. There is one more thing you might yet be able to do for Kael, and that is recover his gene seed. But did Ordyss show you how to use his redactor before he died? Nope. So we could get to Ordyss while he's still alive, is that it? Going by the temperature of Kael's still cooling corpse, you may yet be in time to successfully recover his progenoid glands, if only you can get the redactor working. With a prayer to your Primarch, you ask for guidance as you once again attempt to find the correct code to reactivate the arcane device. You enter the code and successfully activate the reductor. Since Brother Kael has already been stripped of his armor, it is a straightforward matter to extract his progenoid glands, storing the 2 grisly lumps in their own stasis chamber inside Brother Ordyss's Narthecium. You gain 2 purity. Purge the Mechanicus arc of its Xenos infestation. There is nothing more you can do for Brother Kael now. The loss of his suit of tactical dreadnought armor, he had tactical dreadnought armor, is one that you and your battle brothers will have to avenge at a later date. What matters now is that you purge the Mechanicus arc of its Xenos infestation. Maybe it meant tactical Terminator armor or something. Because he was a Terminator, right? He sure wasn't a dreadnought, I don't know. And then do all that you can to regroup with the rest of Squad Scipio. Your weapons primed, ready to bring the Emperor's wrath down upon the heads of the Greenskins. You exit the Pain Boys laboratory. Laboratory cum abattoir, however that's pronounced. Sending a swarm of small, gribbly things scurrying and hopping before you. Turning a corner, you suddenly find yourself on a protruding platform that looks out over the vast vault beyond. And the sight that greets your eyes has you staring in appalled horror at the Totem Titan being constructed within the great hangar space. The hangar is alive with activity, and it is all focused around the vast alien idol that has been constructed on the far side. To say that it is akin to one of the Cyclopean fighting machines of the Legiones Titanicus would be blasphemously disrespectful to the ancient god machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Stompa, as the Orks refer to these monstrous devices, bristles with a host of primitive yet lethally effective weaponry. The interlocking plates of its cobbled together hull have been daubed with brutish symbols and adorned with ugly totemic devices. A host of Orks teem at its feet while dozens of Gretchens scurry over every part of it. The mini Gargant is a likeness of one of the Orcs' savage deities, and to think that it has been constructed from the cannibalized wreck of a noble ark of one of the Adeptus Mechanicus has you swearing an oath of moment that even if it is the last service you perform in the name of the Emperor, you will destroy it. Descending from the platform via a service ramp, you charge into battle, targeting the nearest greenskins. Okay, we're gonna have to get in there. One down. Okay. There we go. A squad of Imperial Fist Terminators may be more than a match for a fully armed Orc battle fortress or even a Feral Chaos Warhound Titan. But there is only one way you can bring down this Stompa alone. Really? A squad of Terminators is enough to take down a Titan? If only you could have found some backup earlier, your job would have certainly been a lot easier. Orc war machines are notorious for their unsafe construction and the implementation of unstable energy sources by their mech boys. If you could get on board and overlord the Stompa's power plant, that would surely initiate a catastrophic chain reaction that would result in the mini Gargant being blown to smithereens. Find a way inside to bring it down alone. So you can get to a point where you're not alone. That's what it sounds like to me. But however you do that, I sure have not found it yet. Only one question remains. How do you plan to get on board the Stompa while the massed ranks of the Orc host stand between it and you? Which I wonder if that thing, the one descending, the flying guy, were we just hallucinating, or was that like a real dude? Because maybe if I fought the thing, maybe that guy would have flown down and helped out. Don't know. Trying to create a distraction of some kind, try the more direct approach and charge the Orcs. The amassed ranks of the Orc host. For the Primarch and to the glory of him on earth, you scream at the top of your voice as you charge the greenskins. The Xenos turn and making barking sounds which could pass for laughter meet you in battle. That's a lot of them. One down. Why we're not allowed to attack again, I don't know. I didn't want to move up and get them all in range to melee me. You're joking. Okay, one down. This is not going good. That's really bad. We're just gonna have to focus up. One left. Okay, we are definitely healing now. Get inside the Orc Stompa. I got an achievement for that. Smashing aside fleeing Gretchen, you mount the Mini Gargant's rear boarding ramp and enter the oily, stinking, smoky, and most of all noisy interior of the Stompa. Bolted together sections of huge pipes that were probably once part of the Ark's ventilation system lead both up and down through the ramshackle structure of the mechanized alien idol. But where is the War Machine's power plant located? I don't know. I mean, the way it says belly of the beast makes me think this is where it's gonna be, but I also think, thinking about Orc like a Gorkanaut has units down at the base of it. That's where, like, it gets ready to deploy them, so maybe we go higher. Knocking aside more gibbering Gretchen and even smaller greenskins bouncing around on their overdeveloped hind legs, you emerge somewhere within the head of the blasphemous idol, and there, apparently waiting for you, is a large, heavily muscled orc, but unlike any you have seen so far. It is bedecked with necklaces of skulls, bones, and scavenged pieces of archaeotech, whilst in its hand is a staff made from a length of copper piping, adorned with more skulls and glittering glass shards that reflect. The myriad colored lights winking inside the cockpit chamber. The orc grunts rhythmically as it stomps towards you, almost as if it is chanting, green sparks of psyker energy crackling with its sunken eyes, readying your war gear. You prepare to engage the Orc Shaman in battle. Gotta beat up a weird boy. We got him. At your killing blow, the weird boy opens its mouth to scream, but rather than a guttural roar, it vomits a torrent of pulsing green energy from its capacious mouth instead. You are caught by the psychic blast, which burns like acid fire. Yes, I'm alive. In a catastrophic explosion of blood, chunky bone fragments, and what little brain matter the orc possesses, the weird boy dies. As its head explodes, the greenskin drops to its knees, its body and limbs spasming, its curious staff jangling in response. The Stompa's power plant clearly isn't here. The deeper you go, the hotter and more oppressive the atmosphere within the Mini Gargant becomes. And then you are there in the guts of the machine, in what passes for a generatorium within the Orc God machine, with the crude riveted iron spear of its power core in front of you. But before you are going to be able to put the Stompa out of action by overloading its power plant, you are going to have to get past the Orc Mechaniac and the gang of Gretchen that is struggling to keep the Stompa system operational. There is a high chance you could cause the Gretchens to flee should you take down the Mechaniac first. Guess we're doing this. Yeah, I guess I never even tried this mechanic before. I didn't know, like, we can't advance. past a specific line. So we can't get up to him to do melee. Yeah, which we are melee. I'm not going to use the boulder. For Dorn, it said. How dare he? Got him. Breathing hard after battle with the Greenskins, you take a moment to study the crude controls for the Stompa's power plant. They make little sense to you, and not being party to the secrets of the cult Mechanicus, you are forced to come up with your own solution to the problem of how to overlord the mini Gargant's energy core. Grabbing hold of anything you can get your Power Fist augmented hands on, you tear the reactor core open. At your brutal attack, the lightning in the belly chamber becomes suffused with a ruddy glow, and somewhere a klaxon begins to sound. As smoke and steam burst from rattling, ruptured pipework, you realize that you have succeeded in what you set out to do. The entire structure of the Stompa is shuddering, even breaking apart in places. As you make your escape, you barge past startled orcs and Gretchen as they stare at the quaking Stompa in bewilderment. Oh no. It woke up. We didn't take it down. Emerging from the belly of the orc idol, you barge your way through the host of greenskins now staring at the spasming idol with a mixture of awe and confusion. Realizing that something is dangerously wrong, the orcs suddenly scatter, eager to get as far away from the Stompa as they possibly can. As the throng parts before you, you find yourself confronted by what looks like a large metal can mounted on two piston-powered legs. Welded onto one shoulder is a huge firearm, and the can's other articulated arm ends in a whirring buzzsaw. If you are going to escape the Stompa's death throes yourself, you are going to have to fight your way past the Gretchen-piloted Killacan first. We got 20 wounds. All right, let's do it. Two damage. Okay, we did it. You reach the way out of the Titan hangar as the Stompa's power core goes critical. You hear the detonation of its fission reactor and then nothing else, as the furious roar of the massive explosion subsumes everything else. Not daring to look back even for a nanosecond, you keep running, the auto senses of your helm alerting you to the approaching firestorm with klaxon screams. The passageway you are running down narrows as you near the sealed bulkhead door at its end. And then, mercifully, the door's machine spirit awakens with a hiss of compressed gas and the accompanying echoing clang of steel, the door opens. You throw yourself through, slamming a palm on the closing mechanism on the other side, before the roiling flame catches up with you. You have done it. Through your actions, the Orc Stompa has been destroyed, and the Orc host along with it. You gain 3 purity. Did you manage to eradicate patches of orcoid fungus you encountered upon first entering the Mechanicus Ark? No, I didn't do that. As you make your way back towards the entrance of the Mechanicus vessel, a number of returns ping on your auspex. At first, through your HUD, they look like nothing more than fleeing shadows moving in the preternatural gloom. But then one hops into view. Little more than a huge mouth crammed with blunt ivory tusks, the squig has a rapacious appetite and a belligerence to match, as do the other 5 that are now moving towards you. Even though you are fully armored, the squigs still seem to believe they can make a meal out of you, and with teeth hard enough to bite through steel plate, they might just be right. Oh man, I sure hope 15 wounds is enough. Maybe I should take some shots. Can they hit me from here? Doesn't seem like it. All right, we're gonna take some more shots then. Okay, we're here. A glance, that's terrible. Okay, no big deal. There is nothing else to be done here. Brother Kael may be dead and gone, but there may yet be survivors of Squad Scipio still out there, lost somewhere within the Xenos haunted depths of the Herald of Oblivion. Further explore the Herald of Oblivion. You now know the fate of Apothecary Ordyss as well as what befell Brother Kael, but which of your brothers within Squad Scipio will you go in search of now? Double-checking the readings you received from your auspex, but pinpointing your battle brothers' locations within the Hulk, you see that there is still no indication of Sergeant Valerius' presence aboard the Herald of Oblivion. Barathon is the one that leads us to the Necrons, or we can go in search of Epistolary Radamus. I think, in general, now is the point to save. Position has been saved. I don't know why, but Radamus seems like, even though like Necrons seem like a big problem, Radamus seems like it could be even more problematic, like chaos related or something. So we're gonna go Barathon. The route you are taking through the Hulk leads you continually downwards. or at least what passes for down within the warped gravity fields of the massive derelict. Until, judging by the Aquila and other holy iconography, you see all about you. You find yourself in the guts of some long-lost pilgrim vessel. But your suspicions are immediately aroused when you see that the icons of the ecclesiarchy have been daubed with much cruded totem symbols in what appears to be some form of green paint. It is not uncommon for the bilges of Imperial spacefaring vessels to support whole communities in what are effectively makeshift shanty towns. But what you find as you progress through this part of the Hulk doesn't look like a human settlement, so much as an orcish one. You don't know how, but you sense that something isn't right. You bring your plodding advance to an abrupt stop and a split second before the stack of metal debris to your left comes crashing down right in front of you. If you had not halted, you would have been buried under tons of steel scrap. Move around the piles. Clear of the scrap heap, you ready your weapons. You don't believe for one moment that the stack collapse was an accident. And then, ululating cry reverberates from the towers of metal debris through the bilges of the pilgrim ship. Wah! Yes, the orc noise. Your first instinct is that there is another community of orcs lurking down here, and that they are closing in for the kill. Now that their trap has been sprung, but there's something strange about the bellowed war cry. The pitch is too high. It isn't long before you discover why. Splashing through the stinking morass of the bilges is a mob of humanoid creatures clad in rough oddments of metal armor, their bodies daubed with blue war paint, while their faces are hidden behind jutting metal jaws and steel skull domes. And they're not orcs, they're humans, or at least they were once. From the sores on their arms, the patches of scaly skin, and the occasional extraneous limb here and there amongst the mob, it is quite clear that they are mutants. How many generations must have passed since the pilgrim vessel first became lodged within the Herald of Oblivion for its passengers to degenerate to such a state? Not only for them to become mutants, but for them to turn their backs on the Imperial creed and start emulating the more powerful alien greenskins. It is your holy duty to release them from this state of pitiful existence. Oh yeah, they are like partial, they're like Genestealers, right? They got like Genestealers scything talons, but they at the same time are like like worshipping orcs and pretending to be orcs. That is a very strange state to find them in. Do any of them have guns? I don't see any guns. So they're gonna get blasted. Okay. Here they come. Okay, this is working. we're just gonna slice him. You cannot believe that there are only 6 mutants living in such a sorry, inhuman state within the bilges. Everything else you have seen so far, from the daubed orcish glyphs to what you now realize were crude debris idols, suggests to you that there must be a settlement of some kind nearby. Yeah, let's go check it out. The training you received on being admitted to the chapter as a scout of the 10th Company serves you well now. Less than half an hour has passed according to your suit's internal cron when you pass the boundary markers of Stalked Skull and Ripperjack hides and lay eyes on the mutant encampment for the first time. Remaining in cover, you peer out at the camp. The settlement has been raised in the lee of a curving hull bulkhead. Girders and scaffolding poles having been reused to create a steel stockade. Standing on guard outside the main gate is a devolved abhuman of a type widely recognized throughout the Imperium of Man. The mutant is as tall as you are in your tactical dreadnought armor. So Terminator armor is just tactical dreadnought armor? It's all tactical dreadnought? All right. Understood. And just as broad across. Its green-gray hide is covered in tough crocodilian scales. In its huge hands, it is holding a jerry-rigged spear gun. Whilst hooked over the belt of its bilge-rat loincloth, it is a hefty-looking axe. These abhumans, sometimes known as the scaly subspecies, are legendary on hive worlds across the galaxy for their durability and strength. And such a fearsome reputation is not unfounded. For they even have the ability to regenerate lost limbs, as certain reptiles do, and their centimeters thick skin acts like natural armor. Just like the other mutants you encountered, the Scaly's body has been daubed with crude war paint. However, it appears to be wholly unaware of your presence. Make the element of surprise and attack the gate guard. There's nothing to be gained. Well, we're definitely going to attack. I'm just checking my wounds. 14, all right. For Dorn and to the glory of him on earth, you bellow as you leap from cover, weapons blazing. Thou shalt not suffer a mutant to live. Do you have a gun? I think he's got a gun. That's all he did. Okay. We got him. The battle at the gate has alerted the rest of the settlement to your presence, but it would appear that most of the menfolk are out hunting bilge rats or hole-clinging ripperjacks or scavenging for metal scrap, as the only people left in the camp, if you can call them that, are the sick, the elderly, womenfolk, and children. Coming face to face with one of the Emperor's avenging angels, the mutants flee in panic, fleeing onto the trackless wastes of the bilge marshes before you can rain holy judgment down upon them. Entering the hastily abandoned camp, you are able to survey your surroundings without being disturbed. At the center of the settlement, you find the mutants' ammo store. Ignoring the crude hand bows and primitive musket, you haul back a mildewed tarpaulin to discover a crate containing 6 clips of Stormbolter ammunition, each clip containing 20 bolt rounds. Your detour was well worth making, and delighted with your discovery, you decide on your next course of action. Stowed away in a hovel constructed in the lee of the hole, hidden in a box under a bed, you find what is clearly a piece of archaeotech. It looks not unlike a signum, a device you've seen used by the tech marines of your chapter. Having now secured the camp from top to bottom, you decide that there really isn't anything else of use to be found here. After wading through the collected muck of centuries, you finally emerge from the bilges, climbing a mound of molten metal slag that in turn leads to a gaping hole in the side of the pilgrim vessel. You pass through the rent into a cavern carved out of the inside of splintered asteroid. Further explore the Herald of Oblivion. You are trudging through the empty storage tanks of an old Promethean transporter when the vessel is rocked by a shuddering collision that has all the force of a planetary seismic event. At first, you think it must be a hulk quake, not uncommon aboard the large derelicts, as gravitational forces and warp fatigue take their toll. But then, with a scream of tortured metal, the hull of the tanker tears open and the jagged prow of a void raven breaches the storage tank. The sudden explosion of sparks ignites the hydrocarbon residue within. In the next second, the fires are snuffed out just as quickly as the flames are sucked out into the airless void. On the other side of the hull, as the atmosphere bleeds out into space, so the scream of the Dark Eldar vessel's demise subsides into silence. The void battle between the Shield of Dorn and the piratical Dark Eldar is clearly still ongoing, but it pleases you to see that the strike cruiser has claimed another kill. As the Void Raven's engines detonate, the hole in the Promethean tanker is blasted even wider. The burning wreckage of the Dark Eldar ship being the next thing to be pulled back out into the void as the last of the atmosphere is sucked from the hold. And the same forces that abhor a vacuum are working on you now, as everything that isn't bolted down is dragged towards the ragged rift. Use my lightning claw to grab hold of something. Your armored fist closes around the rim of an oily steel bulkhead, and you hang on for dear life, reciting the chant of holy contrition over and over again. As the pressures on your body ease, you are able to haul yourself over to the nearest bulkhead hatch. Punching the door release, you breathe a prayer of thanks to the Primarch as it grinds open, fighting the torrent of atmosphere being sucked from the space beyond. You make it through the portal and slam your hand down on the closing mechanism. It shuts with a hollow clang, leaving you lying on the floor to an access tunnel. Recovering your own breath for a few moments, continue my way through the hulk. Brother Barathon's signal remains strong as you force a path through the derelict, scrambling over fallen cyclopean statuary, crossing the yawning gulf of an interplasma drive by means of twisted girder that is as long as a titan is tall, and scaling the corrosion-pitted face of a Promethean tanker's hull until you at last find yourself walking along a processional avenue. It is wide enough for 2 Leman Russ tanks to pass along abreast, and is lined with obelisks that appear to be cut from a strange black stone that seems to glow with an inner green luminescence. Being a mighty Terminator Space Marine of the Imperial Fist chapter, you do not feel fear. but you have to admit to a certain amount of trepidation as you approach the yawning portal at the end of the avenue. It is carved from the same gleaming stone as the obelisk and, for some reason, reminds you of one of those sepulchral worlds of the Imperium you have visited. But it is not the alien material from which the gateway is formed that unsettles you the most, nor the fact that the portal appears large enough to admit a god. It is the fact that held within it, in defiance of gravity, is a pool of liquid, its rippling surface scattering the light from your suit's searchlight across the canyon of the processional avenue. Your Auspex return starts to crackle and falter, no doubt thanks to being so close to the gravitic distortion caused by the pool. Thanks to memories implanted by the indoctrination machines aboard the Phalanx, you know that you are standing at the entrance to a tomb ship of the Necron tier, a race of beings ancient beyond reckoning who were once the undisputed rulers of the galaxy, and yet, as far as you can tell, although your Auspex is malfunctioning more and more by the second, Brother Barathon lies somewhere within. Yeah, let's go in. You take a step towards the shimmering portal and then pause, taking a moment to compose yourself. When you are ready, with your very next step, you pass through it. Your suit's auto senses scream with static distortion, and you feel inexplicably, probably what it means to say, frozen right down to the marrow in your bones. And then you emerge on the other side of the Quicksilver pool. But where are you? The chamber appears to be made of the same black mineral as the processional avenue. However, set into the green-tinged obsidian are the geometric patterns of gold and silver filigree circuitry. The alien sigils and hieroglyphs are everywhere, running in long strings as if in mockery of the binaric language of the tech priests of Mars. Even though you know this strange script predates that of almost any other civilization in the galaxy by tens of millions of years. You check your Auspex again, but whatever it was that was interfering with its signal before is persisting now that you are inside the sepulchre tomb ship. The runes demarcating the positions of your fellow battle brothers throughout the derelict have been wiped from your scanner. You do what you can to appease the device's vexed machine spirit, and before it cuts out altogether, one final scan locates 10 nodal points. These are connected by a maze of passageways, but just before your Auspex dies, altogether, the position of several of these seem to shift and change, as if the laws of time and space inside this Necron tier vessel do not mean what they do in the physical universe. Curiously, but fortuitously, your helm's internal compass is still operational, as if some massive electrical force is creating its own magnetic field by means of which you will be able to navigate your way through the tomb ship. Behind you stand the shimmering portal by which you entered the silent sepulchre craft. In front of you is nothing but a wall of black marble, inset with sunken hieroglyph circuitry. The only routes open to you are to leave the chamber by the green glowing passageway heading east, or the opposite counterpart to the west. Now, if I remember this right, you can kind of imagine it like on both east and west, it's a hallway where you go straight all the way down and then it ends, and then there's, if you head east all the way down, then there will be a hallway going west. And if you head west all the way down, there's a hallway going east, where it kind of makes like they both lead to the same place, where you go all the way down the hallway and then up, and then in, and then down, and they meet in the same place. But we're gonna go east. You pass beneath an ornate archway inlaid with golden glyph circuitry and find yourself in what looks like a large mausoleum. At the same time, a shimmering curtain of energy ignites within the portal behind you. This is the point designated as Node 6 by your Auspex. Examine the chamber. You gaze about you with a mixture of awe, wonder, and downright contempt for the ancient alien race that created this edifice. The chamber is shaped like the inside of a pyramid. Only 2 exits lead away from here. There are portals in the northern and western walls of the sepulchre, the latter sizzling with a screen of lurid green energy, but it is not the exits that grab your attention. At the center of the chamber stands an altar-like structure adorned with all manner of Necron glyphs. Above it, suspended from a column of crackling energy filaments, is a huge faceted crystal that must be at least 2 meters in diameter, the light being emitted by the crystal limes, the robotic death's head carvings, and glittering hieroglyph circuitry with its eerie emerald luminescence. But even this incredible structure is not enough to wholly distract you from the body lying beside the altar. Approaching it, you soon discover that it is the dusty skeleton of a man. The mummified remains wear the ostentatious garb of a rogue trader nobleman. Although the brocade of the corpse's jacket is now faded with age, it would appear that this poor wretch has been here for a very long time. Now, the thing is, these crystals, from what I remember, it seems like it's a gimmick to where the final boss you can only face and defeat if you destroy all these crystals. We're supposed to like go around and find our way around the maze and destroy them all. That time that my test run when I went in here and died, I did not destroy them all. I explored quite a bit and then found an instant death room and chose to engage with the thing in the instant death room and it killed me. So I never found all the crystals. So we'll try, but we're gonna take a look at this guy first. Along with an indent medallion and a signet ring bearing an antique representation of the Imperial Aquila, you find a vintage data slate as you pull the document storage device free of the dead man's skeletal grip. Several fingered bones snap off and come away with it. It is only as you are brushing the dust from its corrosion-pitted screen that you realize that same dust must once have been the flesh of the rogue trader himself. I mean, sure, but like, isn't that most dust? You know, like, there's no reason to like get weirded out by dust like that. You're like, oh, that was once, like, you know, even dust in your house, right? A lot of that is gonna be dead skin cells as well as other stuff mixed in. You don't like wipe off dust and go, that was once my flesh. You know, nobody does that. But the data slate's power cell dried up long ago, but connecting the device to a port in your armor, you are able to coax it back to wakefulness once more. Reading the annotations of those entries that remain uncorrupted within, it soon becomes apparent that you are reading the dead man's data journal, whose name it turns out is Baron Matthias Starstrider Elias, master of the von Zabranov, along with information regarding the price of mastodon tusks and saber bear furs on Jotunheim in the Ymir sector, not to mention the crew manifest for the von Zabranov. You finally come across a reference to the Herald of Oblivion itself. It seems that Baron Elias and some 30 men of his crew, not including servitors, boarded the Hulk 118 years ago with the intention of plundering it of archaeotech. The last entry refers to a network of power nexuses that Elias believed to believed had to be destroyed in order for him and his men to escape the tomb ship. The data journal having revealed its secrets to you, what do you want to do? As you approach the crystal, its pulsing luminescence makes you feel sick to the pit of your stomach. There is something unholy about the malign energies being given off. You're sure of it. You cannot be certain of the purpose for which it was created, but as it was created by the undying Necrontyr, it cannot be for anything good. The crystal explodes under your bolter's bombardment, showering you with chips of emerald. The eerie luminescence is extinguished, and the sepulchre chamber plunged into darkness. Other than for the flickering light of the western portal, you have destroyed a power nexus. Leave via the portal and passageway to the north, leave through the crackling portal to the west. I guess we'll go north. The never-ending tunnels divide again. Follow the path heading east. We're gonna go east every time we can, and then we're gonna go north every time we can, if east is not available. Just gonna try and keep it consistent until we find, because there's a map. The idea is there's a map that you get to when you get to the center of the maze that lets you see that it's a maze. Like, lets you see the path. That's how I knew the exact structure that it leads to the center, but we'll see if we can actually get there. The passage you are following turns sharply north, and there, ahead of you, is an arched entrance to another benighted chamber. It is not long before you find yourself entering another crypt-like space. Examine the chamber. This is Node 9. The chamber is octagonal in shape with more of the ancient circular, semicircular, and linear patterns of the Necron circuitry adorning its walls. Set into marble-like substance of which the floor is composed are conduits that radiate with a more intense form of the light that seems to permeate every passageway and compartment of the labyrinthine vessel. These power conduits connect to a crystalline structure at the center of the chamber. It looks like a huge green diamond, all light refracting fractal facet faces and 2 meters in diameter, set within the plinth composed of the same metal stone material as much of the rest of the tomb ship. The emerald light pulsing from the huge crystal makes you feel cold to your very core. For some inexplicable reason, it is as if your subconscious mind is trying to tell you that there is something wrong here and to beware. But you are not a tech marine initiated in the ways of the priesthood of Mars, and so there is very little you can actually do here. Open fire. The roar of your Stormbolter echoes loudly within the confines of the chamber, the mass reactive shells impacting against the huge crystal, first fracturing it before blasting it apart utterly, sending shards of glassy mineral flying around the chamber like so much jade shrapnel. Painfully aware of how much noise your attack produced, you decide to leave the chamber again before any of the tomb ship's guardians stir from their slumber of aeons to investigate what is going on. There are 3 ways out of the octagonal chamber. We go by the exit to the north, through the portal to the east. I guess we're gonna go east. The passageway widens, becoming a high-ceilinged gallery lined with darkened alcoves. This is Node 4. In each and every one of the niches is a skeletal figure, a metallic mockery of a man, an embodiment of the archetypal image of death itself, and rightly so, for these are the deathless warriors of the Necrontyr, who gave up their flesh and blood forms millions of years ago in service of the star gods they worshipped. As you make your way through the gallery, your weapon in hand, half suspecting what might be coming next, the silvered skeletons jerk into life and, moving as one, step down from their alcoves. They march towards you, their archaic weapons praised by the patina of countless millennia. These same weapons crackle with pulsating green light as they re-energize. No doubt, for the first time in unnumbered aeons, the Tomb Ship Guardians have awoken, and you must fight them if you are to escape from this place alive. I mean, no doubt, for the first time in unnumbered aeons, how do we know the rogue traitor? How do we know some of his people didn't encounter them? All right, we are not getting into a ranged battle with Necrons. We're running it. Yeah, see, staying at range would have been much more problematic. Well. We're gonna charge up all the way. We tried doing it the other way. Charging up. Do we risk it? Nah. What was that? Oh, it's this. That's what it is. We built up the meter for the first time. Should have just tried to attack. The Undying Warriors are still, their component parts scattered across the metal stone floor of the chamber. There is nothing for you here, and there are only two ways out of the echoing vault, through an archway to the east or a portal at the opposite end of the guarded gallery to the west. The silence within the tomb ship is unnerving. It is so quiet, it's almost as if there is some kind of dampener field in operation, suppressing any and all sound whatsoever. In time, you reach a crossroads, but which way will you head now? You reach another junction within the interminable labyrinth that is the Necron tomb ship. Passing beneath an archway of glittering green marble, you enter a darkened vault, the walls of which are set with carvings of skull-like robotic faces. This is Note 5. The sight of the dead robotic faces unnerves even one with your stalwart resolve. There are only two ways out of this chamber, through an arched exit to the east and another to the south. Your metallic footfalls ringing from the stone metal floor, you start to make your way across the chamber. An unnerving feeling, like a tingle of foresight that feels like ice water trickling down your spine, makes you stop. You turn in time to see a hideous apparition pass straight through one solid obsidian wall, which is alive with ethereal corpuscent at the point where the grotesque specter has just emerged. Get myself ready for combat. What? Only 11 health. Should I heal? Well, I'm tempted to. The wraith-like entity's hunched insectoid body trails away to nothing more than an articulated vertebrate tail that ends in crackling coils. It comes at you then, with its tail slung forwards beneath it, its raking, glittering blade, pincers outstretched. Yeah, we'll heal after this fight, because fighting this thing with low health seems a little risky, but yeah, and it had been quite a while since we saved last. I wanted to only, save at the end of these things, but we did do that, middle section as well, the, transition bit. I don't want to redo all of that. Even though I'm still not convinced loading is even going to work, but we'll see. The enemy has first strike. Wow, okay, that's bad. Yeah, risky. And I don't see it here, but I thought for sure there was also a resource that when it comes to letting you save, it was not something you could just do whenever you wanted. It was I thought it was a consumable resource to be able to save. Which still might be, and we just don't see it here. With the immediate threat eradicated, you choose a way out of the chamber. Leaving the Wraith's chamber, you follow the passageway beyond the glittering archway, which leads you to another small chamber within the warren of a passageway of passageways and corridors of the tomb ship. A passageway continues to the north. Passages lead off to the west and south. There is also a portal to the north. Which way will you choose next? You find yourself in another chamber within the black marble circuit inlaid tomb ship tunnels. To the north is a highly ornated archway, and beyond, a cyclopean chamber that, by your estimations at least, must be at the very heart of the Necron tomb ship. This area is likely to be guarded. You have a gut feeling that you should destroy as many power crystals before heading in that direction. You have reached Node 10, situated at the passageway. I'm getting flashbacks. The Barathon is around here somewhere. If it's not this one, then it's somewhere around this final area. As you continue on your way, your searchlight illuminates something lying on the ground further along the passageway. The gleaming yellow power armor is unmistakable. It is Imperial Fist. You have found Brother Barathon. Yep, see, I knew it. Brother, you try into your helm comm, expecting the Vox to work at such close range. Receiving no reply, you try again. Brother Barathon, still nothing. Warily, you approach your fallen brother, your battle brother. What you see shocks you to the core. Brother Barathon's helmet is missing, as is one arm vambrace, allowing you to see quite clearly that what has happened to him. His face is nothing but a fleshless skull. His arm nothing but glistening bone. Some powerful discharge has literally stripped the flesh from his bones. And like, that's what happened to us on my trial run when I didn't run away from something. Same thing happened. Suddenly realizing the potential danger you could be in yourself, you take a step back and take in the glittering portal of Gauss emitters. Inset with writhing circuits of green crystal and black stone material, Brother Barathon clearly triggered a trap when he passed along the passageway and underneath the archway. But in doing so, he also drained it of all its energy, saving you from the same fate. Lying beside Barathon's body, out of range of lethal energy discharge, is his war gear, his heavy flamer, with the stenciled marker 7. And the plasma bombs he was carrying at the start of the mission. You notice now that the bombs are Type 40 explosives. Do you take the heavy flamer? No, we do not take the heavy flamer. I mean, I sure don't want to. I'm hoping we don't need it for something. Right, I'm hoping the heavy flamer zone is already done with. Confident that the lethal portal is now inert, you return to inspecting your battle brother's body. It turns out that only the flesh, not protected by the tactical dreadnought armor, was vaporized. As a result, Barathon's progenoid glands are intact, and his gene seed could potentially still be saved. But do you know how to operate Brother Ordyss's reductor? All is not yet lost. You might still be able to extract Brother Barathon's progenoid by means of your combat knife. Okay, looks like it didn't work. So what, we have to like not do the first optional thing to get to that guy quick enough? Is that the idea? And don't do, or maybe it's don't do the like detailed scan. Maybe that's the idea, that like you waste time doing that detailed scan at the beginning. In the process of trying to salvage your dead brother's gene seed, you actually damage the delicate progenoid organs with your combat knife. You did your best, none could dispute that, but the glands are now irrecoverable, and the genetic heritage they contained lost to the chapter forever. You lose one purity. Leaving Brother Barathon's body and the lethal portal behind, will you proceed along the passageway to the west or east? After 100 meters or more, you can't quite tell, the passageway turns sharply to the north. You enter a small chamber formed from the same stone metal substance as the rest of the tomb ship. On the western wall is a large Necron etching depicting many corridors and chambers. You conclude that your current location is the chamber with the large circle over it. I wish this told me which ones I had been to. You know? Arched exits are set into the other 3 walls. Which all of these have symbols, but theoretically, Maybe they go to the same place, like the fish goes to the fish. Like the anchor goes to the anchor. If you could even call that an anchor. Maybe not, because there's a fish there too. I don't know. We'll see. Leave by the northern exit. If we're here, and this is north, we're gonna go north then. You find yourself inside a huge rectangular chamber, its vaulted ceiling rising at a point some 20 meters above your head. This is Note 7. The distant walls of the chamber are lined with alcoves in which stand dozens of silver statues, but are they statues or are they Necron warriors waiting for the call from their overlord to awaken and expel you from this place? 20 meters away stands a pyramid of dark stone and black metal, 5 meters wide at its base. Steps lead up to its flattened top, where you can see a pulsing green crystal, its eerie luminescence giving the metal figures a verdigris-like patina. But the crystal is not unguarded. Standing before it, at the top of the black pyramid, is a silver statue that is much more heavily built than those visible in the alcoves around the chamber. Yeah, climb to the top of the pyramid, examine the thing. Reaching the top of the pyramid, you find the sun gold surface of your armor transform into a sickly green under the pulsing glow of the energy crystal mounted in its altar-like setting. You have seen such crystals utilized by the Necron host elsewhere, from the armaments of its warriors to colossal gauss pylons. And then the imposing statue jerks into unnatural life, the sigil on its chest glowing with a sinister inner radiance, raising its twin-barreled Gauss blaster, its face an implacable metal mask. It prepares to fulfill its ceremonial duty and protect the energy crystal with what little semblance of life it has left. Okay. Down it goes. The light in the immortal's eyes fades, and the favored servant of its dynastic masters topples onto the altar. Its dense metal body hits the crystal, causing it to shatter. The energies contained within the crystal erupt towards the ribbons of scathing Gauss energy. 3 damage, but that's okay, considering we took none during the fight. As the crystal energies contained within the crystalline structure dissipates, the chamber is plunged into darkness, hoping that none of the mausoleum's other sleeping guardians will animate in reaction to the destruction of the power nexus. You descend the steps of the pyramid. Depart this place as quickly as I can. There are only 2 ways out of this vast, shadowy chamber. Well, southern exit or western exit. I mean, that doesn't actually match up with what we saw, because it was like we were here and then we went north to go to here. So it was south would lead us back to here and east would have led us this way. But I guess we'll hit west, I guess, even though I was trying to go east. The ship is eerily quiet as you continue to wander through its time and space-shifting labyrinthine depths. The tunnel you are following now turns sharply north. Continuing along it in its direction, you pass beneath an archway inlaid with more of the now familiar hieroglyph circuitry. Continue through the corridors. You come to another tunnel. I guess we'll go east. I don't know what we're doing. Okay, we made it. That did indeed take us to where we wanted. I know we did this one. Maybe we did this one. So if we did this one, then that means we, like with this one now, that would have cleared out this whole half. But I don't remember for sure. What you see as you enter the chamber brings you to a sudden halt. The eastern wall there stands a gigantic portal, 10 meters high and almost as much across. This is adorned with all manner of Necron tier cartouche motherboards and golden hieroglyph circuitry. But as you stare into the portal, you see yourself. You take a step closer to the archway, and your mirror image does the same. And at that moment, a ripple passes across the surface of the reflecting pool, held within the portal in defiance of gravity. It is similar to the one by which you first entered the Necron tier tomb ship. Could it possibly be a way out? Other than for the dark mirror portal, there are two other ways out of this chamber, via smaller archways in the southern and western walls. I don't know if I want to go through that thing. That was the fish chamber, right? Is that just going to send me right to the center? Getting flashbacks when we were looking at the map. So I presumed, like symbols, were going to send us to the center. Like if we tried to pass through the portal that we entered through, it was going to send us right to the boss room. I'm presuming this one is going to do the same thing, but I don't know. Let's go south. The carved corridor you are following soon turns into a crossroads. We're gonna go east, because we're gonna try and get down to 9. The passage you are following turns sharply to the south, and there ahead of you is the arched entrance to another Stygian vault. We did it. We got to 9. If I remember right, the insta-death room was this one. I mean, one of them. It was like one of these two, but I think it was this one. It is not long before you find yourself entering another crypt-like space. This is Node 9. The light in the chamber is dim now that the crystalline power source has been destroyed. That's not good. Your act of sabotage has not gone unnoticed. Standing before the strange stone metal plinth is an implacable giant of a Necron. The glimmering green luminescence reflects darkly from its tarnished metal form, the endless aeons having stolen the sheen from its once gleaming metal body. The flesh features of the giant would strike fear into the hearts of lesser mortals, but you are a Terminator brother of the Imperial Fist chapter, and the only emotion their presence stirs in you is one of rage and fury provoked by the arrogance that these ancient rulers of the stars believe they can now return and reclaim what was once theirs, but which now rightfully belongs to the Emperor of Mankind. Okay, the fact that it's like, oh, you've been here twice, oh, I've been here before, makes me think we really don't want to, like, double up on these rooms. You're prepared to enact vengeance upon the soulless machine. There are 3 ways out of the octagonal chamber. Leave by the exit to the north, leave through the portal to the east, leave via the exit to the south. I remember the portal to the east, the symbol looking similar to the one on the opposite end of the map. Let's try it out. I was right! I was right. My hunch was correct. I really don't want to go down to room 1, to be honest. I'm thinking we go from 4 to 3 to 5 to 8 and then just go to the boss room. The broken, blasted, and burnt bodies of the Necrons lie scattered across the floor of the gallery, but something chimes a warning deep inside you. Some of the bodies are missing, whilst others that you remember blasting asunder appear to be hardly damaged at all. As you watch those self-same undying android bodies pick themselves up from the floor, weapons in their silver steel hands, their broken metal bodies reforming together your very eyes until they are ready to fight once more. Okay. So we've been here as well. One down. I mean, 70% is pretty high. Let's try it. It worked. Hey, we did it. The Undying Warriors are still, their components parts scattered across the metal stone floor of the chamber. There is nothing for you here, and there are only 2 ways out of the echoing vault, though an archway to the east or a portal at the opposite end of the guarded gallery to the west. The silence within the tomb ship is unnerving. It is so quiet, it's almost as if there is some kind of dampener field in operation suppressing any and all sounds. Alright, we're going north. We're at 3. The floor is etched with yet more radiating patterns of gold and silver hieroglyph circuitry, which all connect at the foot of an obsidian black plinth. Rising from the top of this plinth is a pyramidal crystal, 1.5 meters wide on every side, which pulses with a lurid green light. This in turn bathes the chamber with its eerie radiance. There is something unsettling about the crystal and the lurid luminescence it's putting out. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure in your ears and a thrumming vibration through the circuit-inlaid stones at your feet. However, before you can do anything to resolve this problem, something that is covered in the dust of ages rises from the floor of the chamber, the jointed legs hanging down from its bulbous body, giving it the appearance of some alien arachnid. The canoptic spider rises from where it was working on maintaining a power conduit connecting to the crystal and glides towards you, limbs twitching, its multiple camera eyes whirring as they focus on you, as you in turn prepare to defend yourself. Yay, we did it! The arachnoid construct destroyed, you turn your attention to the crystal atop the black marble plinth. The canoptic spiders exist to maintain the ancient Necron tomb complexes, and the ships of the harvester fleets. When you arrived within the chamber, the spider appeared to be carrying out maintenance work on one of the conduits leading to or from the crystal. Could the green glowing mineral have something to do with the operation of the tomb ship's systems? And if so, would destroying it help you complete your mission here? The crystal shatters under your bombardment. As it does so, the eerie luminescence stutters, and then fades altogether, leaving the chamber in almost total darkness. You have destroyed a power nexus. There are 3 ways out of this chamber. Eastern wall, southern exit, or the portal. We're going the eastern wall. Passages lead off to the west and south. There is also a portal to the north. East and south? Oh no, west and south. The corridor heads south for some way, and you enter a small chamber with an exit leading to the west. Okay, we're now at 5. As long as this is not the death room and this is, then we're on track. Recalling your encounter with the Wraith and how they seem to appear out of nowhere, you keep your weapon ready as you make your way across the chamber under the scrutinizing gaze of the deathless faces set to the walls. Hearing the rattle of hundreds of tiny metal feet on stone, you look up to see an undulating tide of glittering, multi-legged forms pour from the open mouths of the robotic skulls, scuttle down the walls, and surge across the floor towards you. Their metallic wing cases swim with the reflections of the blinking lights on your suit, making them look like iridescent jewels. Knowing what will happen if the canoptic scarabs get too close, you prepare to fight the beetle-like robots. Oh, we did it. With the immediate threat eradicated, you choose a way out of the chamber. Junction, we go south. You enter another pyramidal chamber, the walls of which are covered with more of the silver and gold hieroglyphic circuitry. Rising from the floor at the center of the pyramid is a column of what looks like black marble, set into the top of its huge crystal that pulses with a sticky emerald radiance. A skittering sound draws your attention from the menacing power nexus to the shimmering, rippling host that is moving en masse towards you from holes in the walls to where you stand at the center of the pyramid. The beetle-like constructs are moving at speed with sinister purpose. Some even start to rise into the air on shimmering quicksilver wings. You have no choice but to fight the scarab swarm. Mission success. The mechanoid insects are now just so much scrap metal and sparking circuitry at your feet. You turn your attention to the crystal once more, and then a thought crosses your mind. Did the swarm launch its attack on you because you intruded into the chamber, or were they specifically protecting the crystal? If it was the latter, why? I want to open fire on the crystal with my storm bolter. Your rattling bolter fire comes back at you, sounding painfully loudly within the confines of the pyramid. The bolter shells blast the huge crystal apart, emerald shards flying through the air like so much jade shrapnel. Not wanting to draw another swarm of scarabs down upon you, you decide to leave the chamber quickly as possible. There are only 2 ways out of the pyramid chamber. Find yourself in another junction with the black marble tunnels of the tomb ship. The north is a highly ornamented archway, and beyond, a cyclopean chamber that, by your estimations at least, it must be at the very heart. Okay, yeah, it's this one. We're gonna save again. Now the thing is, did that instant death chamber actually have a crystal in it? That I don't remember. You pass beneath a highly ornamented archway and enter a cyclopean chamber that, by your estimations at least, must be the very heart of the Necron tomb ship. The chamber is as large as several combat chapels aboard the Phalanx put together, and is dominated by the huge doors set into the far wall opposite. They bear an imposing device of the Necron tier, a skull-like steel face at its center. In front of this, in the middle of the floor, a huge hemispherical crystal sits within an ornate gold and silver setting, glowing with a sinister inner luminosity that makes you feel as if you are deep below the ocean of some watery alien world. Either side of the sunken crystal hemisphere stand 2 grotesque gleaming steel statues that resemble some manner of huge alien arthropod. 2 more grand portals, one in the east wall of the chamber and one in the west wall, stand in line with the crystal, each one containing an impossible vertical pool of liquid silver within its glyph-etched frame. As you stand and stare in mute amazement at this monument to a dead alien race that once ruled the heavens, a sudden flicker of movement alerts you to the danger you are in. With a crick-crack of seized metal joints moving again, the 2 arthropod automatons animate and scuttle down from their pedestals. They zigzag across the floor towards you. Layers of subroutines within their alien cogitator cores determining that they deal with you as they would deal with any who would desecrate the tomb of the Harbinger with their mere presence. The monstrous construct's metallic mouths part click-clacking together. You have no choice but to meet the tomb stalkers in battle. They can't attack from there? Okay. I didn't realize they could shoot. Okay. I think we win. A cacophonous, thrumming bass chord like the blaring of some ancient Arnyx horn shakes the sepulchre as it sounds. At the same time, the gigantic sarcophagus doors on the far side of the chamber crack open, breeze of nitrogen gas gusting and curling between them. The waves of light being emitted by the glowing crystal hemisphere pulse rhythmically like a heartbeat. By trespassing in this place, you have woken the sleeping god that lies in state here. A hand the size of a tank dozer blade grips the edge of one of the doors as a living metal colossus pulls itself from the sarcophagus in which it has slept. For endless aeons, held in the steel-silver grasp of its other hand is what looks like an ancient staff of power. Only one that is several meters in length, set into the end of the staff, is a cut crystal made of the same material as the hemisphere pulsing at the heart of the chamber. And there is another crystal that could be the hemisphere's twin. The two crystals pulse in synchronicity. Only the second is visible at the center of the construct's massive, armor-plated chest. The Colossus seems to wear the evaporating nitrogen gas that clings to its ice-rimmed automaton body like a mantle. Then the sleeper turns its furious gauze green gaze on you. You have awoken the Harbinger of Woe, and for this sacrilege you will pay with your life. Taking its immense staff in both hands now, it points its glittering tip in your direction. Okay, attempt to destroy the pulsing crystal. What weapons do you have at your disposal? What weapons do you have at your disposal that could possibly damage the crystalline power nexus? Fire on it using Brother Kael's Stormbolter or use plasma bombs. You open fire, unleashing the divine wrath of the Emperor upon the crystal, but your attack does not even scratch the surface of the pulsing hemisphere. Use plasma bombs. Priming the plasma bombs you recovered from Brother Barathon, you hurl them towards the center of the chamber, avoiding the stream of green fire that erupts from the tip of the Harbinger's staff. Here, moments later, the explosives detonate. The shockwave lifts you off your feet, carrying you across the chamber and out of the way of the colossal Necron's next devastating attack. As the smoke clears, you risk a glance towards the center of the sepulchre to see that the power nexus has been destroyed. But how many power nexuses have you destroyed in total? I've destroyed 4 or more. The construct stomps mid-stride and topples to the ground as the unfathomable energies contained within it remain contained no longer. Coruscating ribbons of energy blast outwards from its colossal form, drawing reciprocating waves of golden fire from the fizzing silvered circuitry. The light in the Harbinger's eyes grows in intensity, as does that within the crystal set within the Harbinger's chest. You suspect that the Harbinger's death throes will be on the scale comparable to its size. You know you have to get as far away from the sepulchre as quickly as possible. By which exit will you leave? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let's see, what do we do? They were both fish portals. I remember that. It was not clear because there was a fish portal on the east side and there was a fish portal at the entrance. I'm presuming going back the way we came is not going to work, right? We probably have to go through one of the portals. Let's do the western one. There is a moment of unsettling dislocation that feels like your guts have been turned inside out as the Harbinger explodes catastrophically behind you. and you find yourself back at the end of the processional avenue where you originally entered the tomb ship. The booming detonations and crackling eruptions of Gaussfire now only a sensor ghost echo in your helm's auto senses. We got 3 purity, woo! You have lost track of how far you have traveled, wandering through the derelict, whilst the reading registering on your internal cron means nothing to you now. Some minutes pass like hours as, without anything else to occupy your mind, you recall memories of your induction to the chapter and the campaigns you have fought since as one of the Adeptus Astartes. And then there are hours that pass like minutes, as each new region in the Space Hulk reveals new wonders and new horrors. Passing through the twisted wreckage and of yet another bulkhead door, you enter a high-vaulted chamber, deep within the Herald of Oblivion, which contains something you would never have expected to find here. In the middle of the hold, wedged into an indentation in the floor at a slight angle, it is an Adeptus Astartes drop pod, 10 meters tall and 6 meters across at the base. You can just about tell that its scorched exterior was once painted silver and bore yellow and black hazard markings. You look up and can see the hole the landing drop pod smashed in the roof. As it's penetrated the Hulk, judging by the thick carpet of dust you send rising into the still air and clouds around you. The drop pod landed and was was lost here long ago. Approaching the deep strike insertion craft, you cannot contain your grasp of horror as you lay eyes upon the symbol etched into the hull plating. It is that of an armored helm. The drop pod bears the markings of the accursed Iron Warriors, which is a chaos group, by the way, the reason I'm not sure loading actually works, because it might be a system where, like, you have to load before you die. Because, like, when I died to the insta-death thing in the past, it wasn't like load your game from your last point or whatever. It was like game over, start over from the very beginning. That's how this thing goes. So I'm hoping these saves that I'm doing are gonna matter, but, like, I don't know. Anything could kill us at this point and send us back to the beginning. However, the drop pod has clearly been here a very, very long time. And since the Iron Warriors' iconography has remained almost unchanged since before the Great Heresy, other than for the adoption of certain chaos iconography, it might just be possible that this particular craft was deployed during or even before those dark days of galactic civil war. You find it hard to believe that it wasn't carrying passengers when it was launched. A Thunderfire cannon or some other slaved robot weapon, at least. But some fault must have occurred, leaving its cargo trapped inside. But was it lost during the Great Crusade to reclaim the galaxy or during Horus's uprising? I mean, I don't know if I want anything in there. That sounds like it's going to that sounds like it's going to lower my purity if I take, like, some chaos weapons from this damn thing. Well, okay, this is bad. We're gonna lose purity because we bothered to mess with this thing. Some mechanism or machine spirit was obviously not supplicated sufficiently before the drop pod was launched. And so as you scour the exterior of the landings craft or any way to open it, you pray to the Omnissiah for guidance. It feels like you have searched every square centimeter of the drop pod's sacred surface, but you still cannot find a way to gain access. You are unable to force entry using your servo-assisted gauntlets either. There is really only option left open to you. Nah, let's just leave. It's no good. The Omnissiah is deaf to your prayers. Either that or it has deemed that the drop pod should remain sealed for all eternity. Continue my way. There's still no indication of Sergeant Valerius' presence aboard the Herald of Oblivion. So which member of Scipio Squad have you not yet hunted for? Alright, time to save. Leaving the tomb ship behind, glad to be free of its frigid depths, you lock your auspex onto the last signal you received from Epistolary Radamus' suit and resume your trek through the Hulk. To begin with, you make good progress. One space freighter maintenance tunnel leading to one access shaft leading to one disused maglev track after another. But then you access another bulkhead door and it opens. You are exposed to the blizzard winds beyond. Space hulks are so vast that they can contain a variety of contrasting environments within their endless kilometers of passageways and forgotten cargo holds. Thanks to the humid heat of an engine reactor coupled with fractured coolant tanks, some wrecks can support what are effectively jungles, whereas what you are faced with here is a frozen ice-bound environment, no doubt the result of malfunctioning heat exchangers. You're entering an ice cave, possibly formed from the interior of a fractured and trapped comet. And there is something else here. Through the ice at your feet, you can see an external airlock hatch, bearing a pair of headsman's axes. Brawling your hypno-implanted memories for a moment, you recall that the paired axe symbol, it is the badge of an executioner's chapter. The executioners are descendants of the Imperial Fists. Their origins can be traced back to the tumultuous years following the Great Heresy, when it is said that they were led by Fafnir, a space marine. With a reputation for being one of Dorn's most brutal captains, the executioners believe that it is their express duty to seek out and slaughter the foes of mankind. However, during the infamous Badab War, they sided with the arch-traitor Huron Blackheart for a time, before seeing the error of their ways when the Astral Claw's arch-centurion Commodus attacked the Salamander's battle barge Pyre of Glory. They repented and became a rogue element in the conflict, attacking both loyalist and secessionist forces. In the aftermath of the Badab War, the chapter was commanded to undergo a 100-year penitent crusade to atone for its actions during Luft Huron's betrayal. The ship trapped below you in the ice is clearly an executioner's vessel. But when did it become trapped in the warp and bound to the Herald of Oblivion? Was it before the events of the Badab War, during the conflict, or after it? And what secrets or treasured artifacts might it contain? Smash through the ice. You punch through the ice with ease and, assessing the manual release, manage to open the airlock. A fresh gust of chill air rises from within, your suit's searchlight illuminating the way for you. You lower yourself into the executioner's frigate, accessing the inner airlock door. You are then able to lower yourself down into the main body of the ice-locked vessel. The interior of the ship is as frozen and frost-rimmed as its exterior. The ship's artificial environment systems clearly failed long ago, and so the frigate is now subject to the gravity field generated by the drifting derelict itself. The hold of the ship drops beneath you like some deep glacial crevice. The only way I'm still a crevasse. That's probably crevasse, not a crevice. The only way you are going to progress any further through the ship is by climbing down the ice cliff below you now. Using your ceramite gauntlets, you punch handholds for yourself in the face of the ice cliff. You begin to descend. Use my lightning claws. Taking your time, you complete your descent from the glacial cliff face. You arrive safely at the bottom. Offer up a prayer of gratitude to the master of mankind. Find the chainsword. From the bottom of the ice cliff, you pass through one bulkhead after another until you come to what appears to be the bridge of a frozen ship. The crew are locked in ice, still in their seats. There are serfs, tech adepts, and servitors. And watching over them, all from his command throne, a solitary executioner, Space Marine. Scanning him with Brother Ordyss's Narthasium, it soon becomes clear that he has been dead a long time. The ice crystals that will have formed within his frozen flesh will have destroyed his progenoid glands long ago. However, the executioner does have something in his possession that may be of use to you. It is an ancient relic of the Space Marines chapter, a chainsword. No, I don't think I mean, we had to use the lightning claws to get down here. But what if there's like another lightning claw thing? Man, I sure hope there's nothing we need that chainsword for. You have uncovered all the secrets of the Gladius frigate holds, and so there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here any longer. Retracing your route through the icebound vessel, you make the laborious climb back up to the open airlock, using a grid-like structure of pipes to aid you in your ascent. You find yourself outside the executioner's ship once more. Set off again in search of Epistolary Radamus. With the signal from the librarian's suit as your target, you set off deeper into the derelict. Echoing empty chambers the size of ecclesiarchy templums give way to the claustrophobic warrens of Zalaxian nest spheres, which in turn give way to passages that appear to have been hewn from the rock of captured asteroids. Continuing to follow the signal, you eventually find yourself in a large chamber that tapers to a point before a fissure that rises 30 meters through the rock wall in front of you. Whatever else lies beyond the fissure, it is within that you will find Brother Librarian Radamus, or whatever it is that remains of him. You ease your tactical dreadnought armor through the rift and enter the strangely miasmic gloom beyond. The rock walls themselves appear to ooze with slime. Slowly you realize that the substance of the tunnel isn't rock at all. What you took to be the rocky exterior of a trapped asteroid was in truth the void-hardened exterior shell of some unimaginably huge Tyranid bioship. Begin making my way through the bioship. Well, that's problematic. You eventually emerge from the wound inside an arterial red passageway, the walls of which ripple with the pulse of some unbelievably slow heartbeat. Brother, the Psy-Flesh suddenly has you on your knees on the soft yielding floor of the meat-walled passageway. Brother Nabor? The thought words come again inside your head. Is that you, brother? Librarian? You gasp out loud. Aye, it is I. Now listen, I don't have much time, Radamus projects. Such is the force of his telepathic communication that it sends waves of nausea rippling through you. I have the Hive Tyrant's psychic spore now. Together, we can defeat the horror. I know we can. Join me, brother, but do not antagonize the slave beast of the ship unnecessarily, and beware the Ripper tentacles. And then Radamus is gone again from your mind, and the sick feeling in your stomach passes. Bearing the librarian's warning in mind, you set off again through the Tyranid superorganism. What is our health like? 20, not bad. As you make your way through the faded gloom and bloom-red darkness of the bioship's interior, you wonder how it came to be part of the Herald of Oblivion. Tyranid hive fleets do not travel through the warp like ships of the Imperium or various other alien races, having mastered the instinctive manipulation of the gravity fields of star systems to achieve superluminal speeds instead. However, considering the rent in the bioship's hide, it would seem fair to assume that this particular vessel suffered catastrophic damage at some point in the past, causing it to enter a state of dormancy or hibernation. If after this it had encountered the Hulk, which by dint of its sheer size could have pulled it in with its own gravity field, it is highly possible the two space-borne entities then began combined as the Hulk continued to draw all manner of space debris to itself. But one thought worries you. With both yourself and the potent Psyker brother librarian Radamus stalking the hive ship's faded depths, how long will it be before the spacefaring superorganism starts to wake up again? The unsettling passageway twists and turns with intestinal frequency until it branches into two distinct paths. All you know is that Epistolary Radamus is somewhere ahead, but which branch of the passageway will you take? This one has more words. We're going this way. Proceeding along the gullet-like tube of a corridor, your suit's auto-senses alert you to the increase in methane, carbon dioxide, and sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere. You can see the soupy green miasma quite clearly yourself, thanks in part to the bioluminescent creatures scuttling over the walls and ceilings in the unnatural passageway. These are the utility creatures of the bioship. Its maintenance drones, cleaners, and lighting arrays. They are not the predatory hunters or shock troops of the hive mind, but nonetheless, their very existence still makes your skin crawl and fills you with a sense of righteous revulsion. Some of these xenoforms are small, no bigger than beetles. But there are others, black, carapaced arachnids, with leg spans of over 2 meters that fill you with a deep foreboding. No, we don't want to attack them. Proceed along the passageway without doing anything to draw attention to myself. Avoid the passageway altogether. Oh yeah, let's just try and walk through. The xenoforms take no notice of you as you proceed along the passageway. The bioluminescent glow permeating the tube-like tunnel changes subtly all the time as the lamp beetles scuttle out of your way while the arachnid things move between them on their meter-long legs. You would have expected the hive ship to have some form of early warning system. Pheromone markers or snare phages, for example. Perhaps the void-traversing beast really is as good as dead. In time, the fleshy pipe you're traversing branches again. This time, you will take the right path. This time, will you take the right-hand path, where the tunnel structure becomes more rigid, being ribbed with chitinous protuberances? Or will you go left, heading downwards, following the passageway that has gently rippling gill-like fronds emerging from its walls? Let's just keep going right. Going left, going down, I don't like the idea of going down. The idea of going down makes me think we're going to go into like a digestive pool or something, so we're going to go right. As you proceed along a more rigid tunnel pipe, you hear the echoes of distant chittering voices. Your own enhanced hearing, coupled with the auto senses of your helm, amplifies them, helping you determine that they are coming to you from somewhere up ahead. It's not long before the tunnel opens into a large rib-vaulted chamber, the walls of which are thick with lamp beetles, the arachnoforms moving between them, reminding you of herdsmen tending their flock on your homeworld. Now 100 light years distant, but they do not react to your presence. On the far side of the chamber is the opening to another tube, formed of cartilaginous rings and exposed muscle that leads almost straight down. Deeper into the guts of the impossible beast, the chittering sounds are louder here. I guess it's gonna make us go down. Climbing down the pipe using the rings of cartilage to aid you in your descent. No mean feat in a full suit of tactical dreadnought armor. You emerge in a fleshy corridor, which lacks the lamp beetles you have seen elsewhere, but which is filled with a profusion of thorny protuberances that look like sea urchin spines. Something at the periphery of your conscious mind, a warning from the Emperor himself perhaps, alerts you to the fact that you are being watched. Arming yourself, you spin around just in time, that which was hidden, but which is now revealed to your appalled gaze, moves to attack. Well, we know Lictors in this game just because of the opening, like the intro to the game. There's like a visual of a Lictor. So, I mean, that's probably what it's gonna be. Yep, it is. Previously camouflaged against the wall of the muscular tunnel, standing before you now in all its terrible glory is a creature twice as tall as you are. A pair of mantis-like claws arches from its shoulders. It is also armed with another pair of lethally taloned forelimbs, and a mouth festooned with writhing feeder tendrils that make it look like the creature has a mouthful of wriggling annelids. So still was the creature that even your auspex failed to detect its presence. The chameleonic Lictor stalks towards you, moving in for the kill. Its reinforced chitin armor and rending claws making it a deadly adversary indeed. That did a whole lot of nothing. Oh, he can hit from there. Oh, we did it. You You may have defeated the Lictor, but you know that you are not out of danger yet. Hunting Lictors give off a pheromone which sets other Tyranids nearby onto its prey. It would be wise not to hang around here any longer, so you set off on your way, exiting the tunnel and entering a large cathedral-like space. The chamber floor is pock-marked with pore-like craters and pits of what look like bulbing tar. They are in fact the bioship's rendering pits. Weapons at the ready, you cautiously make your way between the pools of primordial slurry, cross the grisly platforms of cartilaginous matter. Suddenly, your auspex chimes, having picked up Brother Radamus' signal again. On the far side of the rendering chamber, you pause for a moment as you focus your thoughts. Perhaps, if you concentrate hard enough, he might be able to spy your consciousness through the foetid haze of the hive mind with his psycher sight. And you know that you are on your way. Only Radamus' signal isn't alone for long. Soon the built-in proximity alarm begins to sound, and multiple returns paint the scope with glowing green runes. Since entering the Tyranid hive ship, how many of the following organisms have you encountered? We did good. We did good. 1. The first warning you receive that your progress through the superorganism is about to be challenged is the chiming of your auspex, as it detects the presence of multiple life forms moving towards you at speed. Then, you catch sight of them for yourself. The Ripper Swarm looks like a writhing mat of monstrous maggots, but maggots with glossy chitinous shells and slavering overlarge mouth parts. Each of the creatures surging towards you now is a little more than a broad maw of needle-sharp teeth attached to a armored serpentine body. The swarm is utterly relentless, driven by a voracious hunger, and poses a significant threat even to a Space Marine in Terminator armor. Our health is good, right? 18 is gonna have to do. Oh, it's just 1? Even though you have dealt with the bioship's first wave of defense organisms, you suspect that more will be on their way soon. Quickening your steps, you reach the far side of the rib-vaulted body cavity and pass through the cartilaginous archway of the other side. And that's when it hits you. It's like a wave of palpable panic, inducing terror that gnaws at your mind and your sanity when, with the sheer overwhelming horror of it all. After all, you are creeping through the guts of some vast spacefaring organism that is only a minuscule part of an unimaginably vast intergalactic entity possessed of an appetite so insatiable even the millions of star systems contained within the galaxy are not enough to satisfy its ravenous hunger. Some malign entity nearby is projecting an aura of dread that gnaws at the edges of your sanity, scratching at the back of your mind, bringing your darkest fears and phobias to the surface. For whatever the Codex Astartes might say, there are things that even a Space Marine fears, such as, in your case, not being able to complete your mission or failing to fulfill your duty to your fellow Imperial fists. However, as a battle brother of the First Company, you know how to use those anxieties, how to turn them back upon themselves, letting them fuel your righteous anger and retributive fury so that you might better punish the enemies of mankind. The Emperor protects. Your declaration echoes from the bony walls of the rendering vault, and hearing your words echoed back to you, you feel your faith revitalize you. You shall not fail your Primarch or him enthroned upon earth. I've never heard the Emperor referred to as him enthroned upon earth. No matter what obstacles the hive mind might set before you. Hey, look at that. I got another achievement since like I said, never did this one, never found this guy. Beyond the bony archway, you find yourself in a much smaller space. The walls of this organ chamber are made of pulsing black flesh, etched with a spider's web of what look like pulsating blood vessels. But the appearance of the chamber itself is not what grabs your attention as you enter. The monster must be at least 6 meters tall. The bony protrusions of its back reaching even higher than that. It stands on 2 enormous armored trunk-like legs that end in both hooves and claws. Every part of the Xenosform's body has been genetically engineered with only one end in mind: to maim and kill the Hive Fleet's prey. The plates of obsidian purple chitin that cover the ivory flesh beneath are studded with razor-sharp barbs. In one of its 4 taloned hands, it holds a bone sword that crackles with neural energy, and in another, it clutches the body of Brother Librarian Radamus. Epistolary, you cannot help yourself. The shock of seeing the librarian like this, snared in the claws of the monster, it is too much for you. Hey, look at that, we got some art. That's neat. That's cool. The Hive Tyrant turns its needling stare on you. In the same moment, you feel its alien consciousness probe your mind's defenses like talons scraping the inside of your skull. There is a sinister, self-aware intelligence at work behind those glossy, shark black eyes. Brother Nabor! The librarian gasps. Stay back. Oh, okay, he's alive. Unconsciously, you tighten your grip on the weapon in your hand. Radamus's own war gear, his force hammer and storm shield, lies not far from you amidst. Okay, so a storm shield and a force hammer lies not far from you amidst the vicious phlegm-like slime covering the spongy floor. But Epistolary, you begin taking a step towards the monstrous Tyranid and its captive. The beast is too powerful, Radamus gasps, clearly in a great deal of pain. It is only then, as the Hive Tyrant draws back the limb clutching the librarian, that you see how the horror has breached the librarian's armor and already has its claws inside his body. But I believe today is a good day for me to die. The Hive Tyrant turns its gaze on its prisoner, hissing savagely. You can feel the malign influence of the Synapse creature's psychic powers on you. So you hate to think what they must be doing to one whose mind is attuned to such otherworldly sensations. It must be pure torture. You cannot simply stand by and watch as Radamus is forced to endure such suffering. But what can you do? A Hive Tyrant is as powerful. He's a powerful beast indeed, easily capable of wiping out a regiment of Imperial Guardsmen by itself. Oh, we're gonna save the game. We're gonna do that. Grant Epistolary Radamus the Emperor's peace and put him out of his misery. Or no, grant Epistolary Radamus the Emperor's peace and put him out of his misery. Attack the Hive Tyrant using my own war gear. Attempt to retrieve Epistolary Radamus's war gear in order to use the Force Hammer and Storm Shield. Should we save or not save? Should we heal? I kind of want to heal. Let's do this first. With the Hive Tyrant occupied with the struggling Radamus, you dash across the chamber to where the Epistolary's war gear lies, making sure you keep out of the way of the monster's talons. But the Hive Tyrant does not need to be able to touch you to cause you harm. Hissing with a savage alien hatred, the Hive Tyrant reaches out to you with its mind and unleashes a piercing shriek of psychic force that sends you reeling. It is an attack so powerful it shreds both your body and soul. I'm alive. Let's see. Dismissing the idea of recovering the Librarian's war gear until the battle is done, you unleash the Emperor's righteous fury on the Hive Tyrant with everything you have in your personal arsenal. Use Brother Kael's Holy Stormbolter. Even a Terminator Space Marine, even an Imperial Fist is going to struggle to best one of the Hive Fleet's commanders in single combat. Only you're not alone. By distracting the monster from the captive in its claws, you give the Brother Librarian the time he needs to muster his prodigious psychic powers one last time, focusing them in a last-ditch assault on the Synapse creature. With a scream of Pergatus, Radamus unleashes an almighty blast of warp energy. It explodes with such force that just for a moment, it looks to you like the Librarian has rent the veil between the physical realm and the warp asunder, unleashing devastating forces that utterly consume the shrieking Tyranid. The psychic shockwave picks you up and hurls you against the wall of the chamber, causing you to black out. I'm alive. When you come to, again, an unnerving calm permeates the atmosphere of the chamber. The Hive Tyrant is dead, and beside its gargantuan insectoid body lies the Epistolary Radamus. Metacase sensors built into your borrowed Narthecium skin his life signs and tell you what you already know, that the Librarian is beyond saving. The older Space Marine's eyes flicker open then. Brother Nabor, he says with a smile, I knew that we could deal with this horror together. He coughs and his eyes half close for a moment. When they open fully again, for the last time as it turns out, you see the pupils of his eyes crackling with the last blue-white vestiges of psychic power. Beware the sleeping god, he says, his voice barely more than a whisper. His words no longer his own. Beware the harbinger of woe. And when death dies, look to the west. This information would have been useful earlier in the tomb ship. Oh, so we guessed right. Look to the west. We guessed the option that would not kill us. How nice. I literally, the way I guessed that was that, like, the portal to the east, it had the fish one, and the other portal more to the east that had the fish one. I was like, well, that fish portal is closest to this fish portal, so hopefully that means that the west fish portal is closest to the entrance fish portal. That was how I did process of elimination in my mind. I'm glad that it worked out. I was not going to want to redo all that. This information would have been useful earlier on in the tomb ship! ! And then he is gone. A split second later, you feel the first of the paroxysmal tremors pass through the bioship. It would seem that Radamus' psychic attack on the Hive Tyrant has fed back to the hive mind and thereby the hive ship too. Instinct and years of battlefield experience in all theaters of war tell you that you should get out as quickly as you can. Yeah, let's get the war gear. Recover his gene seed? I don't know about that. Let's look for the war gear. Fist of Dorn, find the Thunderhammer. Radamus's arms are potent relics of the chapter, and their loss would come at an incalculable cost to the Imperial Fist's future. You may take both the librarian's storm shield and his force hammer, although in the hands of a non-psyker, it will act simply as a thunder hammer. Without any prior warning, another paroxysmal shudder passes through the bioship, so powerful that it throws you off your feet. Storm shield. Attempt to recover librarians. Okay, it said I could get both. I guess I don't get to get both? What the hell? Breaking the seals of Radamus's armor, you open it up to expose the cooling body sealed within, but do you know how to activate? No, we don't. Cursing the Hive Tyrant and the entire Tyranid race, you are ready to quit the chamber as another paradoxical shudder passes through the bioship, and then the idea hits you. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You might be able to extract the Epistolary's gene seed using your combat knife. This shit ain't gonna work. You lose 1 purity. In the process of trying to salvage your dead brother's gene seed, you actually damage the delicate progenoid. Same thing as before, right? Yep. Did you encounter a lictor on your journey through the dormant hive ship? Yes, I did. I guess if we didn't, this is now when we would have to face him. Retracing the route you took through the bioship, your edict memory implants, enabling you to remember every twist and turn in the organism's labyrinthine intestines. You soon find yourself at the rent in the creature's side by which you first entered its body. You cast a prayer of thanks to the Emperor and your Primarch for watching over you whilst you were inside the hive ship. Get closer. Get clear of the stinking viscera of the alien monstrosity. Find the plasma gun. Find the blessed blade. What is going on here? And so it comes to pass that you continue on your honor-bound trek through the drifting derelict. You arrived at the last of the Adepta Sororitas vessel spear of Ophelia. This ship, like so many others that have become amalgamated into the Herald of Oblivion, is empty. Its crew and the troops it must once have carried, long dead, and now naught but dust. The quickest way onwards is directly through the haunted, columned halls of the Spear. And it is as you are following the pilgrim's penitent path through the ship that you come upon the derelict shrine. Once it stood to the glory of the God Emperor of Man, a symbol of hope. Now it is nothing but broken window panes, toppled cradle plinths, and torn banners. Even though, as a space marine, you do not venerate the Emperor as a deity, but rather as the paradigm of manhood, and ultimately the father of all your kind, to see this shrine to his glory in such a pitiful condition still fills you with a sense of loss and great sadness. And so you set about restoring the shrine as best you can. Really? We got help? We got time to just freshen this place up? That's wild. With your self-appointed task complete at last, as you are regarding your handiwork, a ball of glowing luminescence appears as if from nowhere in the center of the chapel. The sphere of glittering light expands, bathing everything in its blessed light. Hey, wounds restored. That's nice. As you are absorbed into its halo of illumination, every fiber of your being burns as if on fire, but rather than feeling pain, you feel energized. As if there is nothing you cannot do now in the Emperor's name. Okay, wounds restored, purity 3, but the Shrine of Martyrs is not done with you yet. As you pass through the Templum doors, you notice the statue of the Battlesector set within a gloomy alcove above the lintel, watching over the portal below. Her hallowed armaments are in her hands, only these weapons are not carved from stone, but are actual holy relics of the Adepta Sororitas. Once consecrated by the priests of the Ecclesiarchy and enshrined here in ages past. Do you take the plasma gun? Yes. What the hell? It's gonna overwrite the storm shield of all things? Did I just click the wrong one? I think I clicked the wrong one. Continue to explore the Herald of Oblivion. There is a hiss of static in your helm comm, and a moment later you hear a voice. Brothers, can you hear me? Squad Scipio respond. The voice makes you stop, your two hearts racing. This is the first I've heard that Space Marines have two hearts. Sergeant Valerius, you reply, unable to hide your relief. You are alive. Brother Nabor, Valerius' voice comes again, your brother Sergeant no longer able to hide the pain that comes through in his words. Thank Dorn. Where are the others? Are they with you? You are unable to hide your own sadness as you tell Sergeant Valerius what you know of the fate of the rest of Squad Scipio. You finish with a question of your own. Where are you, sir? The teleportarium malfunctioned, became separated, found myself in the wreck. You're losing him. Sergeant Valerius' words are becoming more and more indistinct as his comm signal's strength steadily degrades. Destroy the Hulk. His voice comes again briefly before dissolving into static. You suddenly remember that the signum you found in the mutants' camp would be very useful right now. Quickly jack the signum into my suit. Sure. Jacking the signum into your suit's inbuilt comm, you do what you can to improve your Vox's reception. It's a trap, brother. Valerius' voice suddenly comes again through your helm. It was from the outset. You must do all you can to destroy the Herald of Oblivion. A trap. What can Sergeant Valerius mean? But what about you, Brother Sergeant, you ask? Tell me where you are and we can put an end to this threat together. No, Brother Nabor, my destiny has already been determined. It's up to you now. Do not allow yourself to fall for their wiles as well. You must do everything in your power to put an end to the blasphemy once and for all. Destroy the Hulk, destroy... The signal is breaking up again, and no matter what you try, you are unable to recapture it. Whose wiles? Whose trap? You shout into the comm, but the only answer you receive is the ghosting echo of the Brother Sergeant's final words to you. Destroy the Hulk, destroy the Hulk, destroy the Hulk. So you now know that Brother Sergeant Valerius still lives. According to the signal your Auspex is now receiving from his armored suit, Valerius is somewhere within the next section of the Hulk, which happens to be formed from the wreck of a Retribution-class battleship. Bearing in mind your brief exchange with your commanding officer, what do you want to do now? I guess let's do what he asked. Let's try and destroy it. Sergeant Valerius has charged you with a mission worthy of a battle brother for the first company, that of destroying the drifting derelict. But how can one man, even a superhuman genetically engineered warrior such as yourself, engineer the end of the Herald of Oblivion when the massed guns of the Shield of Dorn could not achieve such a thing? But then you are a Space Marine of the Imperial Fist chapter, and the Imperial Fists are masters of siege warfare. When it comes to defending the indefensible, the Imperial Fists are able to turn whatever benefits a location possesses into their advantage. And when it comes to penetrating the impregnable, they are equally adept at turning whatever there is to hand into a devastating weapon. Altering the settings of your auspex, you detect that both the trapped battleship's engine reactors and warp field generators are still active. You are towards the rear of the Space Hulk now. The battleship's engines protrude from the Herald of Oblivion, and if they could be fired, would be capable of influencing the derelict's trajectory. Recalling what you know of the Hulk's current course, if you could overload the engine's reactors, the explosion might be enough to nudge the Hulk onto a bearing that would ultimately result in it being caught by the gravity well of the Sargon system star, thereby condemning it to destruction. Alternatively, if a ship's warp field generators fail, then that vessel will be torn apart by the forces of the Empyreans so unleashed. So what is it to be? I guess as good a time as any to save. Well... send it into a sun. Warp field generators. Using your Auspex readings and hypno-implanted knowledge regarding the layout of Retribution class craft, you make for the heart of the ghost ship and its Geller field generators. The maintenance corridors and processional passageways are in total darkness. If it wasn't for your own enhanced eyesight, heightened still further by your helmet's auto-senses, you would be completely lost. Strange, creaking groans accompany the ringing of your ceramite footsteps from the deck plates of the ships as you head deeper and deeper into the ancient vessel. As you near the shielded chambers where the warp field generators are located, an ethereal mist seems to rise from nowhere, and your Auspex starts to chime a warning. 1 minute, there's nothing there at all. The next, it is as if the non-creatures have always been there. There are two of the hideous warp-spawned things, skinless horrors, with fleshless, malformed skulls, sinuous, bony growths escaping from their spines and shoulder blades. The horribly fanged maws, they move like large felines, but they look like nightmares ripped from the realms of Daemons into grotesque flesh forms, bearing lethally sharp claws that are perfectly capable of tearing through armor and flesh alike. There is something fluid and non-corporeal about them that makes you doubt whether you will be able to injure them as easily. What's our health like? Oh, I missed the Relic Blade already, but we'll see. As the hissing chimera pounce you are forced to defend yourself before they can wreak havoc on your armored form. They sure don't look like they have guns. Yeah, I kind of wish I took the plasma gun. Wait, they look close enough to where they're gonna... Okay, just glances. One down. There we go. Yeah, I definitely missed the damage of the Relic Blade. As the last chimera falls, its incorporeal body melting away like candle wax before your eyes, the Eldritch Mist lifts and you find yourself already standing before the crackling warp field generators. Shadows skulk at the corners of the chamber as the Gellerfield's generators bathe the room in their ethereal warp light. You are not alone. The shadows seem to move with a life of their own, because they do have a life of their own. You watch in the appalled horror as first a hand and then an arm and then an entire sinuous body pulls itself free of the pall of darkness cast by a bulkhead rib. The thing stands before you for a moment, its shoulders and chest heaving, its breath escaping in a sinister, sibilant hiss. Its inky skin ripples with light that is leaking out of it through the ungodly runes that crisscross the carved flesh of its torso. The creature is watching you. You are sure of it, and yet its face is a blank mask. It has no features. In the next moment, its face runs like molten wax, and a cruel slash of a mouth appears, filled with needle-like teeth. The lank tangles of its hair are the color of bleached bone, while from the waist down, its body is covered by a skirt of tanned hide. In the dance of shadows and light, you see holes left by eye sockets, nostrils, and screaming mouths. You are facing a spawn of some benighted other. Well, that's not good. Otherworld, a denizen of the Labyrinth Dimensions, a night fiend whose mere name is used to scare the young of Kamara into obedience, a mandrake. The mandrake raises a twisted talon to its left hand, and to its left hand, the flesh is suddenly alive with a lambent flame. And with no more than a gesture, it hurls a blazing ball of cold fire straight at you. My purity is less than 22. The malicious mandrakes are able to channel the energy stolen from their prey and turn them into potentially lethal blasts of icy cold. The baleful blast strikes you, delivering a frostbite to your frozen limbs and dangerously slowing your implacable advance. You lose 6 wounds. I survive the chilling effects of the Mandrake's blast. The Mandrake comes for you then, moving as fast as liquid coal black quicksilver, its piranha teeth bared, and whirling the blood-encrusted blade in its right hand with lethal dexterity. Do we want to heal or no? Oh wow, the whole thing is in here. Oh, okay. Let's just get in there. The Mandrake comes for you then, moving as fast as liquid coal black quicksilver. It's piranha. Oh no, we already did that. Sabotage the ancient warp field generators. Got an achievement for that. As the Mandrake falls, its body dissolves into nothingness, as if it had never been anything other than a coalesced pool of inky shadow. All that is left behind as at its passing are its sickle, sword, and patchwork kilt of human hides. You gain 1 purity. You now know that as well as attacking the Shield of Dorn, the forces of the Dark Eldar have infiltrated the Herald of Oblivion, but to what end? Keeping a wary eye on the shadows lurking at the edges of the echoing chamber, you set about sabotaging the ancient warp field generators. It will take some time for the Geller field generatorium to fail and send the ship back into the warp. Your work here is done. Find a way off this ship. It will take time for the conditions necessary for catastrophic failure to be achieved within the sabotage systems, but the countdown has begun. Sergeant Valerius is somewhere on board the battleship, and you have a lock on his signal at last, Emperor willing. Perhaps you even have time to find him. Find the brother sergeant before the Herald of Oblivion's doom becomes inescapable. And you are forced to escape the space Hulk somehow yourself. Well, let's save again, because we're gonna go after him. You wander the corridors and hangars of this strange vessel following Sergeant Valerius' signal. The strength of the signal is intermittent, and you lose it for a few precious seconds before it appears again suddenly. Sergeant Valerius' signal has cut out again, but you doggedly continue onwards toward the location from where it was last sent. You sense you are not alone. Suspicious of what might await you at the heart of the ghost ship, you are alert for danger from any angle. It is because of this that you are aware of the presence of the whip-thin hunters that have been stalking you through the corridors of the vessel, even though your auspex failed to read them for some reason. There are 3 of the primeval horrors. First discovered by the Dark Eldar dwelling in the darkest pits of the ziggurats of Shaddam. They are hideous, atavistic troglodytes. They come for you along the walls and ceiling. They're on all fours approaching, making the bipedal creatures appear even more alien. It is only then that you realize they are blind. Their faces are deformed by quivering sense pits that enable them to perceive their environment in a host of unknowable otherworldly ways. Their blindness does not appear to quash their desire to spill your blood either. You're going to have to fight the Urguls all at the same time. One down. No way. Man, do I miss the damage of the Relic Blade. But at least we had that meter filled. Your weary steps bring you at last to the mustering halls of the battleship, where Imperial Guard commanders would once have addressed those under his command, stirring them to great deeds of valor with his rhetoric and by reading passages from the life of Macarius. But a usurper lord has set up his court in the shadow of the defamed Imperial Eagle, aboard his personal raider transport surrounded by his chattel slaves and minion mercenaries, is a sinisterly handsome androgynous creature. They had to point out it's androgynous. His lithe, muscular form is clad in blood-dark robes and tight-fitting armor, formed of segmented plates held in place by a variety of hooks and serrated blades that pierce his alabaster skin. His hair is tied in an elaborate topknot, whilst precious gems have been implanted into the sparse skin of his high forehead. Sees the whelp cur of the Monkey's corpse god, the Archon commands, a pitiless smile playing about his ebon-painted lips. You can only assume that he is speaking in low Gothic, so as to wring every last drop of pleasure from your torment as you understand fully how demeaning your situation has become. At the Archon's command, blade-armored warriors, inhuman alien bodyguards, and half-naked branded females move to surround you. Automatically, you go for your weapons. You are a warrior, Space Marine, the Despot Lord says, his voice dripping with malice. Yield to me, and I, Tenebrax Nox, Archon of the Cabal of the Endless Night, promise that your death, when it comes, shall not be an ignoble one. Standing alone against the full might of the Archon's depraved court of pain and pleasure seekers, what do you want to do? Resist the Archon's forces and forces, even though such an action may appear futile. Warning, this fight only lasts 3 rounds. Despite the desperate nature of the situation you are in now, you run towards the Archon's raider screaming, "I shall never yield to you." In response, Tenebrax Nox gives a squeal of cruel delight as a coven of barely clothed witches leap from the gun whales of the raider. Razor flails whirling about their heads, hydra gauntlets, and punch daggers honed to monomolecular sharpness in hand, ready to reap a harvest of blood for their sadistic master. I mean, how am I supposed to beat 4 enemies in 3 turns? No, this is some bullshit. And what, I can't load while I'm in here? Oh my god, no. Oh, this is some bullshit. The Archon's elite warriors join the fight. Outnumbered by the cabal of Endless Night, you are seized, divested of your war gear, and dragged aboard the Archon's personal transport. Seeing how easily the sons and daughters of Kamara bring you to your knees, Monkey, the sickening creature gloats, massaging his long-fingered hands together in lascivious glee. His alien accent gives his words a venomous edge. Exhausted, overwhelmed, and utterly emotionally wrung out, there is only one thing you can think to say in response. Why? Why? Nox laughs and then turns to address his retainers. The Monkey seeks enlightenment. Perhaps I might be permitted to explain, O mighty Archon. Comes a voice from the shadows behind the Archon's throne, a voice that sounds like a reptilian hiss. Its obsequious tone lacks any sincerity whatsoever. Very well, homunculus. Nox agrees begrudgingly. The Archon's witches and warriors willingly part before the advance of the creature that reveals itself to you now. Ancient and horrific beyond imagining, the Flesh Sculptor has clearly worked its twisted art upon itself. A total of 6 arms sprout from the swollen joints of its shoulders, while the rest of the creature is as stringy as a lashworm. In each its hands, you know, I'm not gonna trust doing this no more. What the hell am I looking at? What kind of fucking loading screen is this? What is the last one we did? Is it this one? Because it's got the... this is ridiculous. What a terrible loading screen. What the hell? What am I even looking at? Use a data file to save Herald of Oblivion at the current archive point. You have one data file remaining. What a terrible loading screen. What the hell? What does this even mean? Use a data file to save Herald of Oblivion at the current archive point. You have one data file remaining. So is this unrelated to the loading, the saving and loading we did before? Even though we never loaded, we only saved. Oh my god, this fucking game. Alright, let's just go forward. Knife or surgical instrument of some kind. Its face is mainly hidden behind a mask of worm skin, but much of what remains exposed appears to be flesh and bone. Cleansed bone? The creature moves towards you, borne aloft by the sinuous, undulating things that writhe beneath the trailing hem of its blood-stained robes. You ask why, the creature says, leering down at you. And it shall amuse me to tell you. It was Archon Nox's desire that we arrange for the Warp Wanderer to emerge from the dimension of Daemons. At this time and this place, that we might lure a cadre of Space Marines on board. Archon Nox's magisterial plan was to capture you and your brethren, that he might return the Dark City to the Dark City with you as his slave, and receive the adulation from his kin clans that he is deserving of. The surgeon torturer takes a sucking breath that bubbles with saliva, and you become unpleasantly aware of the mewling of the writhing horrors tying themselves in knots around the homunculus's clawed feet. However, the most gracious Archon Nox decreed that the prophets of the flesh, under the guidance of Dravol Kruak, be permitted to harvest your gene seed for our own purposes. You feel sick to the pit of your stomach, making a conscious point of not looking at the Narthecium affixed to your arm. This unholy creature desires your chapter's DNA above all else, and you have brought it right to him. But you fascinate me, the homunculus drools. You look the meatsmith in the eye, and you look the meatsmith in the eye, then, but do not give the horror the satisfaction of a reply. It was you who first asked the question why. Are you not curious now? Are you not curious why you were saved the indignities visited upon your brethren? Do you not wonder why the dark muses have permitted you to survive this long? Do you not believe that fate itself has marked you out for some reason, some higher purpose? You are so bound within its naughty skeins. How can you not believe it to be so? The homunculus's words chill you to your core, because you are beginning to wonder why yourself, and you don't like the answers you are coming up with. Some higher purpose, Kruak. The Archon spits. Fate has forsaken this one. See how the mighty are fallen. you could certainly do with some kind of divine intervention right now. Perhaps you are inadvertently set. Perhaps you have inadvertently set a sequence of events in motion. Something ancient perhaps fell to its doom. I believe that a strange fate has come to my rescue. I am at a loss. My fate is sealed. I mean, what the hell? We took out pretty much everything. We just took one path instead of the other. On your knees, your head bowed in defeat, you are subjected to the ultimate indignity as the gnarled servants of the alchemist of the agony strip you of your tactical dreadnought armor. Finally, they place your sun gold helm atop a spear-tipped lance, displaying it like a battlefield trophy behind the Archon's throne. The wizened creatures glide towards you upon its undulating carpet of annelid forms, applies finger injectors to your flesh, introducing a concoction of toxins into your bloodstream to paralyze you. Not that you would be in any fit state to fight back anyway. Even your superhuman physique has been fatigued by your titanic trek through the Space Hulk. And after combating all of the Herald of Oblivion has thrown at you, from ravenous Tyranids to the soulless Necrons and war-crazed Orks, with you secured to the prow, the Archon's cruelly majestic personal transport comes about, gliding arrows swift over the stone-flagged floor, heading for a crackling hemisphere of black light that swells into existence at the center of the mustering halls. As it reaches the perimeter of the dimensional disturbance, the raider doesn't slow for a moment and passes through the portal into the impossible architecture of the webway beyond. Somewhere within the twisted geometries of the labyrinthine dimension, the accursed city domain of the Dark Eldar awaits, for you are now a prisoner of the Cabal of Endless Night. Your ultimate destination, the gladiator pits of Kamara. Your adventure is at an end. Yeah, with no use last data file. Yeah. Yeah, no. Sergeant Valerius, go to hell. We're not coming after you. Unable to raise your battle brothers aboard the Shield of Dorn, you can think of only one way to escape the Space Hulk, and that is by putting one of the Retribution-class battleship lifeboats to good use. As you are close to the stern of the great star-striding vessel, and knowing that its engines are effectively the Herald of Oblivion's means of propulsion, you make for the escape pods located towards the rear of the ship. Finding one that is still accessible and operational, you board it. Shut yourself in and then activate the pod's slaved machine spirit, which then does the rest. Following a brief monotone countdown, the explosive bolts holding the life pod in place detonate, blasting you clear of the haunted battleship and the vast derelict into the bargain. But as the Herald of Oblivion dwindles from view against the velvet black void framed within the porthole of the lifeboat, you begin to have second thoughts. There was still time to at least try to find Sergeant Valerius. No, there wasn't. Even if you had failed, surely it would be better to die noble space marine than live knowing deep within yourself that your actions were motivated by nothing more than a selfish desire to save your own skin. There is nothing you can do now other than wait to be picked up by your battle brothers aboard the Shield of Dorn. But you will have a lot of explaining to do when they do. No, The only thing we could have done here, is if we went far enough back to where we got that plasma gun instead. Swapping out the plasma gun, like, the terrible thing is that shitty sword we got at the end was worse than the sword we got at the beginning of the game. And we only kept the Relic Blade because it was better than the plasma. Right? And then the damn shield overwrote the Relic Blade and didn't end up helping at all. The shield was also terrible. The only thing to do was to take the plasma and hope that the plasma, or keep the Relic Blade. Maybe the Relic Blade could have done enough damage to actually make a difference there as well. Or taking the other path, going rerouting it towards the sun. Maybe that would have taken out the enemy it was talking about. As bullshit as that is, that it gives you two options, like, oh, you went left instead of right. Guess you don't get to do the final zone. Yeah, bunch of bullshit. I'm not redoing this. At least I'm not gonna read the whole damn thing. Maybe someday I'll get the true ending, but whatever. Good enough. We blew up the Space Hulk and he got out of there. Good enough. But alright, thanks for watching. Goodbye.